All right, hopefully we're live now and people can hear me okay without any problems. Thanks for coming and watching today. I've got like a few people watching right now. I'm not expecting a whole lot for a Sunday morning after 4th of July. Everybody's trying to probably sleep everything off. But I'm Dan. I operate Sabula Tech and OldRC.com as well as VintageLosi.com. If you've seen any of my previous stuff and everything, that's where I usually am putting content at. And today's going to be kind of a long video, so I'm not sure how many people are going to be super excited to see this. I know from my last video, there was probably a lot of people were excited to see all the stuff I got. This time I have to really kind of set expectations that this is probably not going to be super exciting for the people who are looking for new parts that you're hoping rare things to find to put on your cars. This is going to be used stuff, I guess you would say, but a whole lot of it and some interesting stuff as well for a wide audience of people, not only older cars, but even in some cases newer stuff. So for the Losi guys, as you know, I had been talking about doing the new bulkheads for the older JRX series and some other parts. Because of this big purchase and clearing out the storage unit, that is not going to happen. Sorry, this was too big of an investment to worry about it, and so it's not going to happen at all. What I am doing still though, money's been set aside. We already went through the process of quotes and everything. The double X bulkheads will get made here by the end of the year. We were originally, it was going to take months to do the mold for the new parts, and then we'd get the same plastic in and do the bulkheads and the new parts at the exact same time, which would have been about the end of the year. And then come the first of the year, we'd have new bulkheads for the double X. Might be able to talk to them now, since we aren't doing the new mold, to move up and rerun the double X bulkheads a little sooner than we had thought. I've got to talk to them about that, see where we can kind of fit my stuff in their schedule. That will definitely happen unless something crazy goes on. The money's already set aside for that, allocated for that. That will still happen. I know those parts aren't in quite as big as demand as what we were going to make, but I can't do everything all at once in one time. Just financially doesn't make sense. Too big of a risk. And to be honest, last time when we did the Kickstarter thing, a lot of people who had been yelling at me about, oh, I want this bulkhead and all this kind of stuff, didn't put forward the money to help us get it going. And I kind of took that as a sign that said, all right, people aren't really that serious about it, so I'm just gonna not worry about it till it's financially feasible for me. So yeah, those are not happening this year. And if you do want them to happen sooner rather than later, I suggest, once you see what we got today, share with as many of your friends as possible so we can get that money back from this investment and get those Losi parts going again. Let's see here. The other thing is, I do have some associated parts that have come in recently, and I'll show those real quick here on the camera down here, and I'll show you. I know a few of them actually already sold already, but there's a few that are still available. So I've got the gear cover for the RC10 Worlds car, I guess it is. This is an injection molded part. This is one of the ones that we have two of them, and I know one's already sold for sure. So that will be gone probably real soon. Then we got some T3 front arms if you're looking for something like that for the Associated. Then B2, was it T2, T3 gear cover. Got that in. And then a fairly rare one, the RC10 U-joint dog bone and everything. So that's it. And as you can see there, that's the really old package for them. So that should be pretty good. Oh, it says really quiet. Sorry about that. Let me see if I can bump up the gain on this some more. I know it was kind of quiet on my computer here too when I was testing it out, which yesterday it was great. Today, for some reason, it's not so great. All right, let's see. Is that hopefully a little bit better there? I apologize for that. I'll type here and chat here. I can get it adjusted. Hopefully it's not too loud now. This is a new software for me doing this compared to last time, and it's got some weird idiosyncrasies to it that make it a little difficult. And I'm doing it on a PC. I hate PCs, but one of the old Macs I was going to do this on just didn't have a good enough video card to handle this what's called OBS software, streaming software. All right, the other thing is we're going to do some giveaway stuff as well. And let's see here. We're going to have some original Bowlink decals and some wing things. And we'll also have a kind of a gift voucher thing we'll have as well. It's funny, last time I did the voucher thing for the Vintage Off-Road Nationals, not a single one got redeemed after a year's time. I was kind of bummed about that. I did a lot of work to make those things custom, and then nobody used them. I was like, all right. And so for last year's, actually, I guess it was the year before, 2 years, last year I didn't do any because I was like, well, what's the point? But this time, hopefully, if you win one, you'll use it. I encourage you. That's why I give away. Give people a chance to win something, have a little fun. It's fun for me. Okay, let's see. Next on the agenda. Yeah, I'm going to show you a picture here of the van. So if you saw the teaser video, that teaser video was actually shot after we had unloaded the storage unit, and I got the guy to do it before we went. And I know it was, like I said before, it was a big teaser. People kind of made assumptions of what was going to be, you know, in the coming up today, and you might be wrong, you might be disappointed. I still think it's pretty awesome. Some others will think it's awesome probably, but yeah, for a surprise. Let me show you what everything kind of looked like here that day when we left. Let's see here. Get rid of this slideshow here. Transition over to this. Okay, so there is the van fully loaded when we got back actually to Minnesota. There's a picture of it. The back end of the van had dropped about 5 inches in height, and so was pretty low. It didn't bottom out or anything as far as we could tell on the drive back to Minnesota, but that thing is pretty darn full. I would highly recommend not putting this much stuff into it. So, now do you see what's in the picture? Have you figured out what we got? This is all Bowlink original body molds in the van, and some old Bowlink parts. If you know what I've been doing for the last few years for body creation, you know that I have a whole bunch of original Bowlink molds, and these Bowlink molds are ones that were acquired by somebody else, I think before the guy who had the storage unit sold them to me. And this is where the story kind of gets convoluted, but I believe, and the owner of the storage unit believes, that the partner or something was Steve Rule, who was the son of Bob Rule, who started Bowlink, kind of stopped paying the storage unit fees, and then they took ownership. But before he took ownership of it, I think he sold some of the molds to Mr. Lexan. I'm not really sure if Mr. Lexan is watching at some point. He can maybe clarify and figure that out. And then this was early, mid-2000s. He sold the some of the molds that were in that storage unit, the dirt oval stuff, the classic cars, and the digger bodies. stuff like that, to Rick Jordan, who actually made the molds originally for bowling. And Rick's got them in Georgia, and then there was somebody he sold a bunch of drag car bodies to, and there's some confusion there if it was someone from out west. I know I've heard different stories. If you've seen some of my videos, I've been running stuff for Roy Anderson. I'm not sure if Roy Anderson bought them from the guy in the storage unit, or at some point that guy out west had those molds with Rick Jordan and wanted Rick to sell them for him because he wasn't interested, and Roy bought those molds. I'm not really sure what's all going on there. But those guys got the molds they wanted out of that storage unit, and then they left the rest. And those sat there for, I am guessing, at least 10 years. And this year, that gentleman reached out to me. His name is Chase, down there in South Carolina. And he said, hey, I've got all these molds. Would you be interested? And I said, oh, yes, I'd be interested. And I want to get them all because I'd like to get them in with my collection and just keep them together as much as possible, because there are quite a few molds spread out already, different owners. You got Rick and Roy. You got Mr. Lexan's got a couple that I did not purchase from him. He didn't want to sell, that are Can-Am style bodies, I believe. So that he said yes when I made him an offer, and we drove down there Friday, would be not this Friday, but previous Friday, 5 a.m., got in at midnight, then met him at 9 a.m. in the morning. And to clarification on that van situation, when we were already there when he pulled into the storage area, and he asked if we had another vehicle or a trailer that we planned on hauling stuff, because he was pretty sure we were going to get everything into that van. And halfway through loading that van, I have to admit, I wasn't sure we were going to get everything into that van and would be able to take it, because these molds do weigh a whole lot. So I think now I will jump into it here. Let me check my list of stuff I wanted to make sure I talked about. I could go over bowling history, but I'm not going to do that right now. That's maybe something for another day. Let's just roll right into it. So I'm going to go through the stuff first that was not the molds, interesting stuff, parts and stuff that were in the storage unit, and stuff that might go on eBay eventually, and some of it might not. And I haven't looked at all of it, to be honest. I don't know what all of it is at all. So the first couple of things are some vintage Futaba radio transmitters. This one's got a little damage to it from the antennas busted off. And as you can see there, Bolink RC car is there on the sticker. Hopefully you can kind of make that out. They're in kind of rougher shape, but I'm sure there's somebody out there who probably like it. It looks like this one's been taken apart and they didn't get it quite back together properly. That tab should be on the inside of that. Had no idea if they work. These might go up on eBay at some point. If you're interested, let me know, and we'll put those up, and or maybe just do a deal. Send me a good offer. I'll probably just take it and go with it. But they're going to need some cleaning. They're in rough shape. Then we'll come over to the next box thing here, and the gentleman had actually a bunch of these. These are brand new ones. The other ones were already assembled and looked like they've been used. I'm not sure exactly what these were for, which car these were for, but they look to be like basically you'd make a battery pack for your RC car, or a battery holder for your 10th scale. I believe this is for chassis, maybe 12th scale. I think it's 10. Could be. No, I think it's 10th scale. So you put your cells in here, and it has little tabs you would solder onto this part, and I believe you'd put your cells in there, and then you would solder to those tabs somehow. If you know anything about these, what these are for, or anything, chime in and chat. I have no clue at all what these are for exactly. It looks got the hole for the the rear pod action on the RC10L type chassis, those pan car chassis. Looks like my stream's actually kind of catching up now to closer to where I'm at, because there's a significant delay in this stuff right now. So this is a bag of who knows what. I'm gonna, oh no, there we go. This looks like about the same thing. Anyone have a clue? See if I can get a, let me take one of these out. Anyone have a clue what this is for? It's very nice machined aluminum. I think it's for a gas motor, maybe? Is this an exhaust or air or fuel thing, maybe? I don't know. They did make drag cars back in the day, bowling. I think this might be some drag car parts. I don't know for sure. Then this looks like a header for a gas motor, possibly. They made the gas stuff, the drag car, the nitro stuff back in the day, and I don't know what all. I'll have to try and see if I can find some explodes that I've actually got at oldrc.com. Got a whole bunch of explodes for bowling stuff, but yeah, they look like headers for me for a little nitro engine, probably a really small nitro engine. Then this one says bag N4A clutch with bushing. And so that looks like, yeah, 2 clutch shoes and everything in there. And yeah, and a gear. It's got the end bell, it's got the gear for it and everything. I assume once again these are for drag cars again, the nitro drag cars. And I've got, as you can see here, a whole lot of them. So if you have any need for it, yeah, these will probably go up on the store cheap, probably then quickly to eBay too. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of interest in these at all, unfortunately. But you know, they were in the storage unit, load them into the van, weigh it down a little bit more. Got to keep that back end of the van planted when we were driving in the rain on the way back. Alright, then I've got a lot of odds and ends. So this is a bunch of motors. This is Model Car Racing Specialist Champion. If I remember my history correctly, let's see if I'm right here. Yeah, Champion was a slot car company, and both Bob Rule and Rick Jordan worked at Champion before before Bob started Bowlink and everything. And this says it's a 2-channel brick. So I guess it's like your whole brains for your thing. I guess there's got a servo on either end of it, and some little tube thing here. Is that maybe the antenna hole? I don't know. If anyone knows what this one is as well, chime in. This is flabbergasts me. This is really old stuff, probably from the 80s. So who knows? And then I've got a couple Lightspeed heat sinks that you would attach to your rear pod of your pan car. But I don't know if those are, how rare those are, but yeah, Bowlink Invader and Eliminator 10 LTO, and it says, and adjustable ride height mounts on it. And it shows instructions you're gonna tap and drill to, I guess, put this heat sink in, but I don't see any adjustable ride height thing. I think this means it can go on an adjustable ride height part. I think this is just a heat sink for it, I guess. Oh, here's another one of those. This one looks used and abused for sure, but it does look quite a bit different. I guess there's a cover missing over top of it, and it's been wired up. I don't understand. I guess these wires are coming out the servo hole there. Oh, I think they've put a speed control in this one instead of having a servo operate the speed control. I think that's what's going on here. is that the servo's been replaced by an electronic speed control. This is the heatsink for the electronic speed control right there. All right, next, these are motor boxes, and I have no idea what is in them at all. I haven't seen them. I don't know how new they are. I don't know if they were used for racing. As you know, Bolink was at a lot of races back in the day, all over the country. You know, sponsoring stuffs like Whippoorwill and a bunch of other ones. This is a pretty puny, sissy little wimpy motor. And it says Wimpy's been etched in the side and 174 turn, number 1. I don't know what that means. And it's got a pinion on it, so I'm gonna guess this is used. So this will go up on the store maybe, or eBay eventually, at some point. We got another one here. This is another pretty puny wimpy. What does this say? This says, I bet that other one said 14 turn or something like this. Says 13 turn, 18 and a half. Does that mean they've adjusted the timing on it? Yeah, there is some hash marks on it from they've adjusted it. And once again, it's got a pinionarity on it. So I'm gonna guess they were racing with these motors. This one says something about us being stock. Oh, yep, definitely a stock motor. Who knows what though? That red colored there, I guess maybe they put a different brush on that side. Is that what the red is suggesting? I don't know. Maybe they're cheater motors. Bolink was cheating to win all those races back in the day. 117. Oh, the Losi Revolution motor. Someone would probably like that. It's not in too bad a shape. Definitely been used, but it's not too bad. Something about 15-84 on it. I don't know what that means. Someone who knows better what they would mark them for, chime in if you want. Another one here. Let's see what this one is. This one's just a generic can with 344.2 something on it. 3-89. Maybe 3-89 is the month. March 89. I have no idea. Put some of these back in the box as we threw it. Another generic one. We'll just keep going a little quicker here because I think people are more interested if we get one that's a cool branded one. Oh, here's a Bolink one. Man, this one looks in really good shape. This one doesn't look like it's ever been used. Well, it does have writing on it though there on the label. And it's a tunable motor. Looks like you'd adjust the timing. It's not a stock motor. This one says Black Magic on it. Yeah, Black Magic motor. It's got just a kind of a generic gold foil sort of label to it. Yeah, another modified motor. Really ugly looking motor. Another generic one with the foam cover on the end to protect the armature. Another Magic motor, 12 turn, I see kind of scribbled on the side there. Let's get going a little quicker. Chug, chug, chug. Another Bolink labeled one, I don't know. I'm sure they were buying parts and making their own motors and tuning them and everything back in the day. I know you can see some of the old catalogs have different closed end bell motors advertised on them. That one looks like marked 15, just a generic motor. Another Bolink one. I have to go hunt down through a lot of the catalogs and see if I can find what some of these were advertised for. Another pretty puny little sissy wimpy motor. Anyone know who made these motors? What brand these were sold under? I don't remember this motor name at all. You know, I have no idea. Was it Bolink? I know they did buy RevTech at some point in like the 90s. They bought RevTech out of St. Louis that did a lot of motor stuff. Maybe it's a RevTech motor. This says Bolink on it, and it's scribbled into it, etched into it, and then some more numbers on it. All right, we're down to the last one in this box. You can all cheer. I'll take a little break from the junky stuff and move to the what I think is the cooler stuff. Another wimpy sissy motor. Okay, move that stuff and pack that in. Grab some more stuff here. I'm going to adjust the audio some more in case we're still too low here. All right, well, now we told it to go up 20 decibels on the volume. See if that helps any. Okay. For the mold makers out there, the guys who are interested in RC body creation, this right here is a shining example of what not to do for a mold. I have no idea what mold this is for, if they ever made anything out of it at all. It looks like an Indy F1 style body, kind of an ugly beast. But this is not your typical mold for RC cars. Now you'll see people on YouTube and they're making molds out of plaster, Bondo, and they'll be formed out of one big huge chunk of plaster. That's not how you typically do RC car molds, because you need to get the details in tight places like these where they're showing like they have rivets or you know, extra features in the thing. You put little holes in, you got to drill a hole in there. Well, how are you going to drill a hole to get that air to escape out through something if it's solid? That becomes a big problem. You need a really long drill bit. And you'll see everybody on YouTube, and they don't get good features in it because they've made their mold out of a solid chunk of plaster or wood or whatever. You need to make it a shell. This one is not a shell, and it weighs a whole lot, and it is completely solid, as you can see underneath. And what they did to get around the fact that they couldn't drill all the way through with the drill bit is they put holes in the bottom of it here. Oh, need it. Sorry, I was off camera there. They needed to drill holes where they kind of estimated their drill bit was coming through the top to give a channel for the air to come out. That's not how you typically want to do it. And this one doesn't look like it was ever mounted on anything, which with the weight of it, you probably would never need to mount it to anything because it just weighs a ton. When I saw this mold, this was one of the last ones we loaded in the van, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, oh my gosh, you could use this thing as a boat anchor. It's super heavy. And if you're not familiar with how these molds are made, they are a two-part like resin epoxy stuff that usually does an exothermic reaction, which means it gets hot when the two combine and they start to solidify. And the instructions on a lot of them warn you not to do the walls too thick. You want to do about 1 inch thick. Generally, it depends. Look at the instructions when you do it. But the problem is this can build up a tremendous amount of heat inside when it's curing. And that could be a bad thing. So yeah, this is not, I'm hoping this is one of like a mistake, or they just weren't thinking, or I don't know. But yeah, this was not, this is not how typically an RC car mold is made. Let me put this one aside. 10th scale one here, or 12th scale. So this is one of the first official, here we go, here's a car mold that most likely will get run at some point. And I'll give you the part numbers on these as we go through them. If there's one you like, I would suggest writing down the part number, and here towards, at some point, either when you're done and you gotta go, or at the end of this, if you stick around for the whole thing, in chat, put a body number you like in there, because the body, keep track of the body numbers, because a lot of the names, due to, you know, kind of copyright issues that we're trying to avoid as much as possible, are going to be probably changed to something else. Like Monte Carlo might get changed to Monty or Carlos or something like that. Or, you know, and the Bonneville might get changed to Bonnie or something like that. But this is a NASCAR mold here. And for 12 scale pan cars, so like RC10L, stuff like that. And it is the Pontiac one, 1988 Pontiac. And this is part number BL2013. BL2013. And it looks to be like about 7 inches wide. So you can see if that's going to fit for yours. And let's see here. Yeah, it's going to have about, let's see, 3.5 to 11.5. So yeah, it's going to be like an 8-inch or so wheelbase on it. Okay, go back to the kind of generic stuff that we got with all the molds. This is an old bowling digger, an original digger that has been run, of course. This body that's on here, I believe Rick Jordan has this body. So if you're looking for one of these, RJ Speed is his website. You can also get them from RC Car Kings. So that is an original, I think pretty original digger. I don't know if it's the most original design, but that's a pretty original design with metal body post mounts on it. Very simple construction on it. Later diggers would be more of a, I think you'd call them more of a ladder chassis. You'd have 2 plates on either side and then spacers in between, and everything kind of gets mounted in between those 2 plates. This is a stamped metal thing, all one piece, I believe. Yeah, all one piece all the way across. And that one has been sitting in storage for a while. It looks like it's a little rusty. That one I'll probably hang on to. Oh, I didn't even notice there's a nice little switch here, and I guess that's a charging port. So you could just charge it and never have to take the batteries out since they are zip tied down. And here's another one, but it's in the original box, which is in rough shape, and it's never been, I don't think it's ever been run before. And I'm not sure which body mold this is. We may actually have this body mold in our stuff. I don't even remember all the body molds. I didn't even mention, there is over 130 molds that we got out of the storage unit. So if you've asked me in the past, Dan, do you have this mold? And I said no, contact Rick. And if you did contact Rick and Rick didn't say anything or didn't acknowledge that he had it, there is a good chance now I may have that mold. There was a lot of molds that for a long time I had no idea where they went, and I asked around or asked Roy. I asked Roy to ask Rick. Never got a real good answer on what had happened to all these other molds. And find out they're in a storage unit in South Carolina for the last decade. kind of annoying, to be honest, about that those guys couldn't communicate that. But I guess maybe competition they thought, or I don't know. Yeah, so this one is another digger, but this must be a later version of it. It's got a fiberglass routed out chassis, plastic front bumper, way different. You got a, what do you call it, manual, wiper arm servo speed control on there. I don't think this was ever run. This doesn't look like it was ever run at all. And it's in pretty good shape. This bag has some cord stuff, I guess, for charging it up. It also has the linkages, I believe, for the steering here in the bag. That I'll probably keep as well, just for historical purposes, since I have all the other molds and everything, might keep it for a display thing. Unless someone really, I don't know, maybe someone ever actually gets a real legit museum thing going. Isn't there Golden Years? I don't know if there's actually a legit museum type space maybe to get donated. I don't know, but yeah, that's. Having a bunch of this stuff that just sits around is not one of the things I generally like to have. I want to use it and for some purpose, or get rid of it. Years ago when I met with Gil out in California and we got pictures of a lot of the stuff in his storage unit, he offered me a couple different things and I was just like, well, for one, I got to get it back on a plane or ship it back. But I told him, you don't owe me anything, just keep it. I don't really have a place for it that I want to put it on. It's not like I'm going to run a museum. I'm not a dust collector. As I've said many times in the past, I ask people when they call me up and they're looking for a certain part, and what's a good price for it? I go, are you a dust collector or a dirt collector? If you're going to run it on the track, you're a dirt collector. If it's just going to sit on the shelf, you're a dust collector. All right, so we got some more motors. These are some old Bullink branded motors. That's looks like is that a modified one maybe? I have no idea what that one is. That's a weird end bell on that one. I haven't seen one like that before. That's new to me. UG Oct 962 SP motor. Almost looks like it would be almost a Tamiya type motor. Anyone know what that is? Brand on that one. I have no idea what brand that is. Let's see, am I losing my place here in the box? Yeah, just some generic thing, doesn't say. Well, that's that weird one we just looked at. Another generic one, nothing on it. Then there's these. These are sealed, I guess, stock motors from Bullink that maybe they would include them with their diggers. Can't remember what was on that digger we just had. Some more of them. I don't know if they're used or not. Oh, that's a yellow one. These are the ones I think I've seen in an old catalog. If you're looking for some Bullink catalogs to look at some of the pictures of what we're going to show today, that body's painted up, do a Google search for Bullink catalog, and you'll find some links then to RC10 Talk. And there's a good PDF version of one of the catalogs, and then there's some scanned in pictures that you have to be a member of RC10 Talk to get those pictures and view them, a little bit better, higher quality. And I fully support RC10 Talk. They're kind of the website that I owe my success to in getting started. I prefer RC10 Talk to Facebook because it's better to find information after the fact, that people find out other questions people have asked before. Facebook, the stuff you ask the questions and the stuff just kind of disappears into the nether after that. After a few weeks, you can't find it on there anymore. I highly suggest going to RC10 Talk rather than Facebook to ask. And it's not just for RC10 stuff. There is all sorts of stuff. There's a special section under like other models where what is it? You got a part, you don't know what it is, ask there. Those guys are really sharp. They can identify parts from all sorts of different RC cars very quickly. It is amazing. I don't know that much stuff in a lot of these things, and it's just, I've posted stuff there in the past and they can identify it very quickly. There's low C-section, there's Traxxas, there's all sorts of stuff. I highly recommend it over Facebook any day. All right, the next thing that there's quite a bit of is springs. And I guess Bowlink sold little spring kits at some point. And these would be the front springs for, I guess, like eliminators and all their other little pan cars that they had. And there's quite a few of them in here. Then there's one that's got white progressive, orange progressive written on it. I think these might fit other brands of vehicles. I don't know on that one. Yeah, red straight, I don't know. Yeah, green, red, and orange. Some old, what is it, Proline Champion off-road tires. If you need those, let me know. I don't really care. I'll just sell them cheap. Just get them out the door. A whole bunch more springs. Strout? I don't know. I don't even know what that means for our Strout green, and I don't know. There's a bunch in here that look kind of. I think this might be a reject pile, maybe. I have no idea. Empty little cases, like I just showed you. Here's some. These are definitely some newer Bowlink parts. What is that? BL6619 crankshaft. Original price $16. So that's going to be for more of those nitro motors, I'm assuming, for the drag stuff. And it looks like this is just one of these not put into their custom packaging. They probably, had some machine shop make them for them and then would repackage them in their own branded material. And it looks like a whole lot of those. Then, I don't remember if this is the same as we had before, bag N4 clutch parts. More clutch parts with the clutch end bell. And it looks like the box is just more clutch end bells after that. Good morning. You're going to read it before you hear it. Nice of everybody to join us so far. Hope I didn't wake you up early, to have to come see this. And you weren't. And you still have. Does everyone still have all their fingers after last night? I know in my neighborhood last night, fireworks went on forever. More plastic cases. More springs for some reason in a little case like that. A molded wing. I think this is like a Buds or, man, I just saw an old ad for one of these the other day. And I don't know that Bowlink ever, I don't know if they ever did a molded wing. This is not a vacuum formed wing. Oh my gosh. More springs, but this time now they're individually bagged. So these say BLB142, and I guess O for orange, number 4, Super Pro Springs. Jeez. 300 pieces. Oh, kitty's up. RC the cat. You remember RC the cat from our first video, live video of all the parts that came in from Europe. She was a stray that came to us while we had all the stuff come in for freight in from Europe and was in our garage at our old house. We're in a new location now where the shop is going to move to eventually. Did not have enough space in the current shop for all 130 plus molds right now. We're never going to have space. We've downsized over there. We have an extra building here on the property that doesn't have electrical yet, doesn't have heat, cooling, that kind of stuff, that insulated. Got to get that done, and then hopefully we'll get all this stuff over to that new building. We'll move out of the other one, get the thermoforming machine, move it over here. But money. So these say clutch O-rings on Legend. So I guess there was a gas-powered Legend? I don't really know. This is like probably the back end, the back end of like the crankcase of a nitro motor on the back, not the output end, but the rear end of it, I guess, maybe. screws in. Then we got engine plates. Whole lot of engine plates. I don't know what that means. I think they're mounting plates. Yeah, they look to be mounting plates for the engine. It's got slots in it for moving the motor back and forth. That is part number BL6601. And I got more of these little end covers for nitro motors. These must have been some really small nitro motors. They're a lot smaller than the Traxxas stuff I've been selling lately. T-Max and Jado and Revo. All right, so more cases, got lots of those, I guess. More motor plates, this time with the mounts, it looks like. Oh, bag N2 engine plate parts. So this has got the actual standoffs, I guess, that you would mount the motor to. And there is a bunch of those. Oh, here's something different. Looks like, what would that would be, the air filter. Yeah, little air filters there. A lot of them. Whole lot of air filters. Looks like, oh, here's one with the part number. BL6607 air cleaner, .061. Yeah, these, oh man, these must be for just like .12. They must be really small motors, I don't know. Probably for some old Cox style motor. COX. All right, let's do another mold. What do you say? This is one that I'm not really sure. It's a hot rod, obviously mold. I don't know, I couldn't find any pictures of it in any catalogs at all. If you've seen it somewhere, chime in. And I'm not talking people watching live either. People who are going to watch this later after the fact, you know, chime in into comments. Or go to RC10 Talk into my section, the business section for, and oh yeah, we were talking about earlier how a mold should be made. I gotta get this, sorry about that, gotta get this back in the camera shot. This is how normally, well, maybe not the best example, but this is a pretty good example of how a mold is normally made. It's a shell. I don't know how, most people should know this, but I know there's a few out there. If you've seen my previous videos, you've probably seen what they kind of look like, but you would put a pour in the material, and you'd have a plug in here to take up the space to keep your wall thickness about as uniform as possible. And I have no idea what part number we'll call this one, so put unknown hot rod in comments at some point, or, you know, on one of our pages if you want to see this one. All right, last box of miscellaneous junk. More cases, more case. Magnum 480R. Oh, AYK. That other one might have been an AYK motor. That one might be worth a little money to those AYK weirdos out there. I actually do have an AYK buggy somewhere. What was it? The Gator. This one is a case in a Mugen Pro tube. Is it really a Mugen Pro thing? Man, does it unscrew? How does it come out? Nope. This is a very like rubbery sort of thing. Wow, this is a fancy machined motor. It looks like. Wow, that is like a work of art. Holy cow, I have never seen anything like this before. The end bell is like flipped upside down in here compared to how you're used to. That is crazy. Man, and then you got the terminals. I don't think this was ever used. I bet these motors cost a fortune. Instead of like a stamped metal can like you normally get on the other ones, you know, though this one's look pretty nice too. It's a pretty nice looking one. Yeah, this is all machined metal everywhere. Wow. I'll have to do some research on that one. And we got a Cam Pro motor. Just rolling around. Oh, here's some BRP touring car wheel adapter hubs for 110 pan cars. I'm not really sure. Touring car wheel adapters. Oh, to put touring car wheels on a pan car. I get it. All right. So you got a hex out here on it to put the touring car wheels on, and then you would mount the normal 1/10 these onto the normal 1/10 rear, you know, wheel hubs. Just the can for a Can-Am Pro motor. And then a random end bell. All right, this one says 25,000 RPM, 2 amp, free load, 8 volts. And it's an M and Y racing motor. Wow, this is a crazy looking one too. I don't think this one's, if it's been run, it hasn't been run much, even though they got the markings on it. It looks like Japanese stuff on the writing on there. And it's kind of like that Mugen one where it's flipped, the end bell's flipped upside down. You can get, got the timing marks on it. Oh, I'm gonna get this back to the can here. What are we doing at time? Oh my gosh, we've been doing this for an hour now. Time flies when you're having fun. Or not, if you're the person watching. Another Can-Am Pro motor. No brushes in it. Here's a piece of paper. This motor did 48 point something or other. So they obviously dynoed the motor. Another one. Looks like another Can-Am one. So I don't know if these were, I'm imagining these were ones meant for racing for their drivers, not ones for sale necessarily. Cam Super Stock motor. Another Cam Pro. T-can, I don't know what that means. The purple one, that one's got a little abuse to it. Now, like I said before, these, I'm not going to keep these motors. These are, for the most part, except for maybe that Mugen one and maybe the AYK one, I don't know. But for most of these, are going to just go onto the store or eBay. I don't need them in my collection of stuff. I have no use for them. I am not a dust collector for the most part. Another Can-Am one. Though, to be honest, lately I'm not much of a dirt collector either. I haven't raced in ages. The last time I raced was when we released the Double X bulkhead. I was out racing to make sure that thing was going to hold up under, you know, race conditions, and that was the last time I did that. Our local track, off-road track, closed down. I do actually have, I've never shown anybody, but outside my building where I currently make stuff, there is a asphalt oval and a dirt off-road track. Because my facility used to be a hobby shop and raceway. Cam Super Modified. All right, kitty. Better take a break here. I'm gonna put up some pictures real quick while I take care of household stuff, I guess you would call it. don't worry, I'll be back very soon. There we go. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. We'll finish up here with the motors. Probably not going to be anything too super exciting. Oh, another one of those pretty puny, sissy little wimpy motors. All right, someone is watching. Come on, you got to like Google for me. Who made these? Can you find them? Can you find information? I got to know. Another sissy, wimpy motor. This one missing the armature, Can-Am. Another Cam super modified. Generic one. All right, that takes care of all the, come on, go back together. That takes care of all the miscellaneous junk. It is now nothing but molds after this. I'm gonna just get this stuff set aside here. We'll be on our way. And I'll try and get through this quickly as possible. All right, the first ones I'm gonna bring up are sister and brother, maybe. It's a case of, you know, it's a case of one is 10th scale and one is 12th scale version of the mold, which is not something I've had previously. I haven't had both versions of anything. I've got some ones I know that are 12th scale and I don't have the 10th scale, and vice versa. Here we go. And I'll also tell you, these came out of the storage unit absolutely filthy, a lot of them. Some of them clearly had not been run in a long time since they've been put in that unit. Some, it looked like they had been probably at some point. They come to the storage unit, grabbed them, ran them, put them back again. The difference you can see in these right here is that this one has a much cleaner, shinier look to it. That has definitely probably been run more recently than the 10th scale version, and that's not a huge surprise at all. But this is the Oldsmobile Aerotech, and its copyright on it they have for bowling is 1988. This is part number BL2015. BL2015. And then of course this is the 10th scale version of it. And this part number is BL2358. Also copyright 1988. I'll put these aside here. Actually, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put up the Bowlink pictures again, because I have a big cart and I'm grabbing a bunch of them at a time, putting on the cart, bringing them over here to where I'm shooting the video at. There's just so many of them. It's absolutely insane. So let me get you back to the slideshow here. We'll resume that, and I'll be back with you soon. Okay, back again here. Let's start with the first one. This is going to be kind of a pattern you'll see here in some of these. There is, of the 130, there's probably a little under half of the molds are NASCAR themed ones. And you know, every couple of years there'd be a new NASCAR design body. Rick Jordan at RJ Speed has quite a few different NASCAR ones. I don't know how he picked out, he maybe knew the sales numbers of the other ones, but he picked out some of them. He's got them on his store at RJ Speed, or RC Car Kings sells them as well. I have those still, quite a few of them, and there's wide, narrow, touring car size ones. There's quite a big different variety. So this one here is the BL2101 1996 Monte Carlo. It's got a built-in spoiler in the back there. See shell in there. And it's in pretty good shape. This one won't need, some of these molds are gonna need a little rework, some filling, maybe they've gotten damaged, they haven't been handled well. There's actually 2 or 3 that have major damage to them. But this is, for width, this is about 7.5 inches, which was, that makes it about a 190 millimeter body, I believe. So that's, so that's going to be about a touring car size body there for NASCAR. Then, this one is an interesting one. This is not NASCAR. This is, I called in a previous video, I was running a mold for Roy Anderson Engineering, Camaro, or as I call it, Heavy Marrow body for him. He has the 10th scale wide version. This is the narrower version of that same car. This part number is BL2297, and it's a 94 Camaro. It'll be called something else after this, unless I can figure out how to do licensing with Chevy. And this is 8.5 inches wide, so that's going to make it like about 215 millimeters. That's in the back. The front is, the front's going to be about 8 inches, which makes it 200 millimeters. So I don't know. This might be a super speedway size, like RC10L chassis, something like that. I don't know. I don't know the pan car chassis size dimensions over the years at all. I'm not familiar with how they changed and everything and where this would fit in that, but that's the Camaro. Now we got this one. It's absolutely filthy. This is the 98 Taurus, part number BL2256. And this is 10th scale, of course, once again. And I'm gonna guess this one could be like 8.5 again. About 8.5. Yeah, so this is kind of about the same size as that last one. It's a little under 8.5, so it's more about the 200 millimeter size, but once again, I'm not for sure what that means as far as what kind of chassis it's gonna fit on. It is, and I don't, the wheelbase is, I'm not getting that, I guess, information either. 18, let's see, that's at, that's at 4.5 to 14.5. So it's like 10 inches, wheelbase is roughly about 10 inches on this. All right, this is a 12th scale NASCAR one, an old one. This is the 86 Buick LeSabre. And this is part number BL2005. So that'll fit on the RC12L type things. And yeah, if you just want it as a reference, it's just like 7 inches wide, which is kind of standard. Man, can COVID be over so I can go get a haircut and not worry about getting sick? Ugh, I need a haircut so bad. Now we're going to work on the ones that are, a couple that are wrapped in bubble wrap. we knew we didn't have enough bubble wrap in the van to get all of them after a certain point of getting everything loaded. We realized there's no way we had enough. So we strategically did layers of them with bubble, then put ones without bubble, and then more bubble wrapped ones on top of that. This is the part number BL2305 Short Track Lumina. And this is gonna be, looks like a wide one. Your, like more like original RC10L chassis. Yeah, that's 9 inches wide. And I don't know in metric what that is. Let me see real quick, hang on. This screen's gonna get blurred out here for a second here. You'll see something else. Oh, well, I guess not too bad. 228 millimeters about, almost 229. So for our metric friends, is there anybody watching who's, I know we only got like 4 people on here, but is there anybody watching who's not from the US right now? Be interested to know. Or Canada, you know, using the metric system, that crazy metric system. Actually, I love the metric system better than, when I design stuff in CAD, I try and do it in metric because it's so much easier. Oh, there's my label. All right, so let's get this one aside. Okay, the first non-NASCAR one of the pile here so far. This is part number BL2391 Cadillac Modified. This will be, looks to be my one and only dirt oval mold. And man, is it boxy. That is a big old box. This is one that I guess Rick Jordan didn't want because he took all the rest of the dirt oval stuff and runs, as far as I know, sprint cars and everything else and runs those. So yeah, and that one, let's see, I don't know if it matters because you'd have open wheel here. I guess you'd have enclosed wheels here. That is like 7.5 inches wide. Next one, part number BL2067 Ford Courier Truck. So that's a pretty cool looking one. I found some original pictures of this somewhere. I don't remember where. Actually, I think it's in that catalog I mentioned about if you search on RC10 Talk or do a Google search that leads you to RC10 Talk. There's a roll bar that they show in the picture that goes from this little indentation here over to this one in the design, a little roll bar in the back. I believe this is one that was also advertised originally as being compatible with the Big Bear monster truck. I think it's like a 12 scale, originally a 12 scale thing, because it's definitely not a 10 scale one. Or at least not as big as a 10 scale, most of your 10 scale ones. All right, last one from this cart before we gotta go get some more. This is no part number, it is unknown truck mold number 2. So there's one other one before this that I didn't grab yet. And this is more of a 10 scale off-road truck body from the looks of it. It has a little protective shell. This is one of the few that actually has a protective shell on top. I've mentioned before in other things, I do not understand why Bullink and a lot of these other places, if you look up original factory tour photos, did not put these on when they were sitting on a shelf somewhere to just protect from accidents or protect in storage, as this case may be. It just amazes me they didn't do it. Man, I can't get this thing off. It's like it's glued down. Oh, jeez. Oh well, we'll leave it on for now. I was gonna try and say, I know there's like reflection in it, but maybe it's not too bad. So yeah, that looks like a general 10 scale off-road design. I don't know, maybe like there's no headlight design in it at all, unlike a lot of the Bowlink molds. So maybe this is, looking at the front here and the back, I think this was intended originally for a rustler. I'm gonna guess it's for a rustler. I do not know for sure. And it's got a little spoiler that you would cut out in the back here, and then you would place it on top, mount it on the top back here, the back of the truck. Well, before I go away, I better switch you over. We'll go back to the Bowlink stuff again. These are old Bowlink original factory tour things from back in the day. Rick Jordan's in there in one of them. Ricky Jordan, his son's in there as well. And you can see how those molds were stored originally too, that I was talking about, where there's no protection on them. Okay, oh man, we're getting warm in here today. Back to a little bit of NASCAR again. This is Bowlink BL 231192 Pontiac. This looks like it's going to be one of the more narrow ones. Got, I think, bird or rat droppings on it. Something. And it's like 8 inches, so yeah, that puts us at 200 millimeter size or width chassis again. Looks pretty good. It's got a spoiler molded into it in the back. That's another NASCAR one. NASCAR. Oh, you're in luck. Another NASCAR, except NAS truck one. 2284, BL 2284, 95 Chevy truck. It's not a particular Chevy truck, just Chevy truck apparently. And this is going to be for pan car, of course. This, based off the width of it right now, I don't believe this is going to be like a touring car size one. Let's see what the width is. Yeah, this is jumping up to like about 8.5, so that's getting around 215 millimeters. Okay, oh, this one, yeah, this one. All right, this is BL2238, and this one is kind of unique in that the guy, Chase, that I bought these from, he did not know what this was, what this part number was on this. And he just sent a picture of it, and I immediately identified and recognized the body because if you recall, if you saw some other videos from when I imported all that stuff in from Europe, or re-imported that stuff, there was a lot of Trinity spec car kits. This was a body that was included in those kits. It was for the spec racing. And the width of those cars is your standard, basically, touring car width. And that's what this body is a touring car body. And it is the Opel Calibre, I don't know how you pronounce it, car. And it's a pretty cool looking car, and it's got a molded in wing that you cut out and put on the back of it. I knew it from the pictures right away because it's got these little louvers in the back of the wheel wells all over it. So I was able to identify this pretty quickly. And he missed it because normally the molds have the information on the back of the mold for all the bowling stuff, but of course they got the spoiler back there, so it's not there. And he had missed it. It's actually in the wheel well area right here where it says 2280. Oh, I said 38, didn't I? Sorry, 2280. I forgot. This was one of the ones we realized when we were bagging them up that I put the wrong part number in. So yeah, 2280 is the part number, BL2280. And like I said, this is a touring car width one. So it is like, yeah, just under 8 inches. So yeah, it's about 7.5. So it's like 190 millimeter chassis size. And to be honest, I'm actually happy to get the touring cars ones. There's just so many more cars that those touring car bodies can go onto that makes that mold a little more worthwhile for me to have purchased. It helps me return on investment a little quicker. This is the BL2365 Arundel car. And I've seen, I think, a 12 scale version picture of this one. I think the wheel well things, the size of the wheel well area in these are super ugly. They just look, the proportions on them don't look right to me at all. But this is going to be your standard 10th pan car. Yeah, it's right around 10 inches. So yeah, that's a pretty big one. What did we, yeah, 10, yeah, I don't know what 10, what is? 254 millimeters for this bad boy. What's that you say? You want more NASCAR, you say? All right, you get it. BL2323 92 Lumina. And this is going to be one of the wider ones again, I believe. Yeah, 9 inches. Another NASCAR one. It's got pretty good sculpted grille in there. Your netting and everything. Another spoiler's built into the back of it. How about another NASCAR? Like, I must have all the NASCAR molds really close The other ones must be buried further in the pile of stuff. This is BL2271W, as in wide. They have ones that have the same part number, and they don't have the W, means they're a little bit narrower. I don't know how much narrower ones. This is a new, one of the newer styles too. We've had some already, but it has in the lines molded into them of where the little like air flaps come up in case the car gets spun around on the track. Was going backwards. It was supposed to keep the car from lifting off the ground if it gets backwards. And yeah, this is the T-Bird wide, T-Bird, Thunderbird. Which, interesting, this one they did not put a netting in the window there. I don't know if that's normal or not. We'll have to look at I think I have the narrow one of this one. We'll have to see if it has a netting in it at all. Okay, it's that time again. I've got to switch you out to watch the wonderful, exciting world of other stuff. Not that one. That one. There we go. All right, enjoy these. These are a bunch of, while I'm getting more molds, these are a bunch of ads, original vintage RC ads from back in the day. And a lot of them are not the major guys you're used to. I try to get a lot of third-party sort of people in there. I guess the first one is bowling, though. I'm back. More NASCAR? Yeah, you bet. Here you go. This is BL2292 Thunderbird Short Track. Very well wrapped by my wife and I, it looks like, on this one. And if I'm getting nice and shiny, that's because it is getting really hot in here. Oh yeah, this is one of the ones that's got major damage to it. The back spoiler here has been busted off of it. I'm not sure how I'm going to resolve that one. Yeah, that one, I may end up having to just smooth it out and maybe make a mold that's just got a little spoiler you can mount on there. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do for this one. I may first try and build it up and see if I can do something with it, but it's pretty chipped up, serious damage on it. which is unfortunate. But it's once again, they didn't protect the molds by putting a cover on them. It's really sad that they didn't do that. Oh, let me bring back that one too. I didn't get the width on it. I think it's going to be 1 or 200 in there. Let's see, 8.5 inches. So what is that? 215 millimeters. Yeah, so that's like a 215 millimeter one. The next one is Bolink or BL2268. It is the R plus S Mark III, MK3. This one had an actual body. It wasn't actually on it. I just found it and then realized it was for this. This is like a Can-Am style one. There's lots of little spots. I don't know if it's from chemicals, something getting on it, or they patched it up in some way from bad casting. I do see some pits in a few spots where, you know, air bubbles were in it during casting. But it's pretty good. It's going to be a pan car, 10 scale pan car, 9.5 inches. Which, what did we say that? I think that we said that was like 208, 228, somewhere around in there, millimeters, I think. Oh, God, it's a little heavier. All right, back to NASCAR again, but this time it's 12 scale. It's a BL2096 NASCAR T-Bird. It doesn't say a year, but I'm thinking this one's going to be an old one based off the part number. But I could be wrong. Hop, hop, hop. Man, we wrapped this one up really good too. There we go. Yeah, this is an older style, like 80s style car design. And it is gross. Yep. Got the spoiler molded in the back of it again. No netting on the side on this one. So this is a 12 scale one. This is another 12 scale one, but it is not NASCAR. Yay! This is BL2097 83 Camaro. So that one looks pretty cool. I like that one. I bet this one will probably be a popular one, other than I can't call it Camaro until I figure out some licensing with Chevy. If you have a connection, hey, send them my way. I'd love to see what we can do. Ford as well, and Volkswagen, and yeah, I need a lot of deals done so I can start to use the real names. So that one looks pretty cool. That's BL2097 83 Camaro. This is BL2303 93 T-Bird Narrow. This one looks like we didn't wrap as well. Probably because we were worried about running out of bubble wrap at this point. That one does have netting in it. I don't know if that's different than any other ones we've seen so far, but it does have netting in the car window. Has a molded in spoiler in the back. It is right about 8 inches wide, so that puts it in the 200 millimeter category. With the wheelbase of, what is it? It's at 4.5 inches to, what is that, about 14.5 inches, somewhere around in there. Yeah, so that's about a 10-inch wheelbase, I guess, something like that. And if you're bored already, don't feel obligated to stay. Take off. After this one, though, I'm going to do a little contest with people there, see if we can give away something. I know we only show 4 people. Hopefully, none of them are people I know that aren't interested in RC. This is the Datsun King Cab BL2393. BL2393. This is a 10 scale one. I would assume this is gonna fit probably for sure like JRXT, probably, I don't know, it depends on your mounts. You're gonna have to, I don't think it's gonna fit easily maybe yeah, it's not gonna fit the RC10T because of the way the body mount in the rear is for sure. You'd have to come up with some other alternate design. I think this might be another one that might fit the no, this is too big for the Big Bear. Yeah, I'm not sure on this one what all it would fit. It might fit stuff like the King Cab, or not the King Cab, well, yeah, maybe the King Cab, but the Blackfoot, Tamiya Blackfoot, that's what I was searching for. Sorry about that. So yeah, this is interesting. It's got molded in, you know, spare tire, something back here. I guess you'd put the antenna out the back maybe. But yeah, it says Datsun on the back of it. Kind of a trophy truck. It's got good molded in grill area there to it. Let's see if we get a width on it. It might even be made for like a 12 scale type check. No, because it's too long. Yeah, it's about a little less than 7.5 inches wide. I think that one would be a pretty cool one if you can figure out how to mount it. It'll be interesting how it forms too with the really deep recesses here. That'll be interesting to see. Okay, so that was the first batch of stuff for now. We're gonna go to a giveaway thing. Actually, you know what? Let's not even do these. We'll do a $20 gift voucher for the store. Anything you want. It'll cover shipping as well. If anyone here can tell me what RC company back in the day sponsored an Indy race car? Can anybody tell me? I'll keep going down here and load up the cart. You can go Google it, whatever. Whoever comes up in chat with the first correct answer wins. Should have had a hint earlier. I'll give you a hint. There were some pictures earlier that gave it away. Winner! Winner! So I made that one pretty easy. If you couldn't get that with just the people we had watching, that would have been pretty sad. You are correct. Who is this? This is, Chuck. All right, Chuck. Yes, you got it. So we'll have to get in contact later, and I'll get you the code for the website so you can get whatever you want. It'll cover shipping. If you have money left over, you can save it for another time and use that code another time to use up the rest of it. Knowing you, you'll probably just use it all up right away. Okay, let's get back to it again. Guess what kind of cars we got? NASCAR! Woo-hoo. We have got the BL2339 90 Pontiac. And she's a dirty one. We'll try and remove the spider carcasses when we go to form it, if we ever form it. It is 9 inches wide, so that's going to put it back, I think, at that 228 millimeters area. On to the next one. If you haven't been able to tell, I'm really super excited to have the NASCAR molds. Okay, not really. This is BL2324 91 T-Bird. Molded in wing. This is a narrower one. It's got netting in the, molded in the side. Oh God, man, these are so gross. I don't know what feces is all over them, but there's a bunch of it. This is right around 8 inches, maybe a little narrower. So this is a 200 millimeter chassis style. This is 2329 1990 Pontiac Narrow. How narrow is it? We shall see. That is 8 inches, so that's, yeah, once again, the 200 millimeter. I got my little cheat sheet off to the side for millimeter inch conversion stuff for most of it. Yeah, molded in spoiler in the back of it again, netting in it. I guess pretty good if you're into 1990 Pontiacs. All right, not a NASCAR one. You can calm down. This is BL2003 32 Street Rod. I don't know how this one was still ended up in it because Rick has most of the other ones this style and, you know, size and everything. He must have missed this one or just didn't think it was that good for some reason. There you go. If you've been looking for this mold, now you got it. These are the ones I get more excited about. They're just, you know, more unique, different looking. All those other ones, the NASCAR ones, to me, they all just about look the same. Until you get to the really old NASCAR ones. Then they look a little different because they're boxier and less aerodynamic. But yeah, there you go. That's a pretty cool one. And this is 12 scale. I don't know if I mentioned that already. This is going to be a 12 scale one. All right, who wants a truck? We're on a truck now. This is unknown truck number 2. No clue what it's for at all, or what it's supposed to be of. It kind of looks similar to that one we had earlier as far as the hood. Has no headlights, once again molded into it, so I would assume they would have used decals if they had offered this for sale. They would have done different decals with the grill and everything in it, which is kind of a, to be honest, it's a way to make your mold kind of more universal. You can put whatever grill style you want on it and not have it look like a certain manufacturer's grill style on it at all. And you don't have to go in there and carve stuff. You just do a decal, slap it on there. But now you have to make decals. The back end of it, yeah, just tailgate, little step down area. This would probably fit the JRX T for sure, Junior T. But what else? I have no idea. Maybe you might be able to, you know what, this probably would fit on a Rustler as well. It kind of has some marks here like for a Rustler, and then in the back you might just put that single Rustler one in there. Which, for me, if it does fit on a Rustler, is not such a bad thing. It gives me a little wider, more current market to sell the truck to. All right, another NASCAR, sorry, but this is an oldie. This is BL2375 86 Buick LeSabre. Like I said, the boxy design of the old ones, that's it. But even all those start to me run in together, and I don't know the difference between them. Maybe if I had them side by side, I could tell right away what, you know, that they're different, but at first glance they look pretty much the same. What did I say again? BL2375. I know I'm not repeating it. I think you can rewind the live video if you want to go back and see something you missed. Maybe not. I don't remember. All right, not an NASCAR, but it's 12 scale. It is BL2024 Chevy GTR. So this is going to be a pan car one again, and it's more like a Can-Am GTP style, which is okay with me. They're pretty good. Oh yeah, I think I have yeah, this is one I already have the 10th scale version of, I'm pretty sure. Except I thought it was called the Chevy Intrepid on that one. Here it's just called Chevy, and I think it might be in Chevy Intrepid GTP or something like that on the 10th scale one. So now I have the 10th scale and the 12th scale version of this particular mold. I have these currently for sale in the 10th scale version on the store right now if you're interested, and on eBay. All right, that's it of this cart load. I am going to get the cart reloaded again. If you're just joining us and everything, no, we're still got about the same amount of people. Maybe it looks like. I'm going to switch over to slideshow of some old ads again and load up the cart. Holy smokes, I need air conditioning in here. Okay. Guess what we're back to again? This is BL231092 Pontiac. This is going to be the wider ones again, pan car, NASCAR thing. This is 9 inches, so yeah, this is going to be like the 220 or more, yeah, 228 or something around there millimeters. Another exciting NASCAR one. Yay. And this one is BL231992 Olds. Same, gonna be same kind of width and dimensions. Can you tell the difference between the last one? I now looking at them side by side, yeah, I guess I can kind of see there's a difference. And then this one is BL2325 91 T-Bird. Same thing, same width again, I believe. Yeah, about 9 inches. So BL2325 if you need a Thunderbird. Okay, this next one, I had a hard time determining what it was for or what model it was for, but I'm pretty sure it is for the RC10. I mean, it screams RC10 for sure on it. Once you see it, you'll know what I mean. There we go. This one is for the RC10. I think this is for the, the one with the graphite chassis. So no, this is a helicopter mold that I'm going to guess they did for somebody else under contract at some point. This is one half. I have the other half of it. Yeah, I don't know. This one I think is more just going to be hang up on the wall as artwork. Once I get the new shop done and I have the Sabula Tech background up on the wall, I might mount this up on the wall as a background decorative piece as well. I can't imagine there's much interest in this actually being made into a helicopter body. The inside of this one's hollow like that one, but they put a bunch of goop in it. The other one looks absolutely, I didn't grab it, but it looks absolutely nasty. They used styrofoam as the space filler, and then they had a really hard time. I think the resin ate into the styrofoam a little bit, and they had a really hard time removing that from the inside the cavity of the mold. It looks disturbing. It's really gross looking. Okay, this is BL2335 Dodge Daytona IROC. This is one of the cooler ones. I like this one. Ugh, the spider carcasses. Ugh. And this one, if you were paying attention to the bowling photos I had earlier running while I was getting more molds, this was in one of those sets of pictures. There was a black and white version of it and then a colored version of it up in the corner. That is this particular one. And this is going to be for the bigger 10-scale pan cars again. Unfortunately, it's not for touring car size. And that, yeah, so that's the 9-inch one again, like a 220-something millimeter. And I'll give you the part number again if you're interested in this one. BL2335. Pretty cool. Like this one. All right, back to the NASCAR, the left turn people. This one is the BL2305 Narrow Short Track Lumina. I'm gonna guess this one is like 8 inches. The 8-inch, so the 200 millimeter version. spoiler in it. Netting in the window. This is, yeah, just a hair over 8 inches. So this is going to be a 200 millimeter, pretty much, chassis body. Oh, that's it for this cart load. Got to load up again. We'll send you back to the ads. Oh, back into the line of sight. I got a fan blowing on me here. I don't know if you guys hear that, but when I step away from it, it's so hot. It's got to be 80 something in here right now. It's getting pretty hot. All right, old NASCAR BL2389 T-Bird. And this is going to be, again, I think what is it, around the 9-inch mark for chassis. Old 10 scale pan car. Now we got the BL2336 Shelby Can-Am. This one, I think, already showed up in an ad at the very beginning of the ad cycle. And this one's got a molded in spoiler wing that kind of attaches, if you see in the photos, it attaches kind of a little forward and coming out of the back end of the car is where it's intended to mount. And this is going to be, once again, a 10 scale pan car. Yeah, this is, well, yeah, this is, I don't know exactly how they classify them, but this is like 9.5 inches, this one. This isn't 9 inches, it's 9.5. So I don't know exactly how that works into the grand scheme of chassis designs. right, 12 scale. 12 scale BL2029 Ferrari WSC. This is going to be like a, if I remember correctly, trying to do the research on it, it's going to be like a Can-Am style 12 scale. Yep. I am not exactly sure. It's got a little bump out on the back. I'm not 100% sure what that's all about. If that's for something, or if it was a way to get rid of webbing in the back corners when you go to form it. I don't really know why that's designed back there. Okay. All right, this next one I know is for touring cars, and I do not know. This might be one of the last original design bowling molds that they made before they went out of business. This is called the RC Cruiser, but it's obviously a rip-off of the PT Cruiser. It is part number BL2114. So if you've been really craving a Terber Chrysler van product, got you right here. You want this. What was it, based on the Neon chassis, I believe? Yeah, real winner there. Too bad a Neon one, that'd probably be better. Yeah. But it's got little wires they put in for the door to simulate the door handle area when it gets molded in and everything. So that's interesting little touch there. I think you could, yeah, then you can see on the inside these little wires. Yeah, little wires kind of sticking out there where he stuck them through and then bent them over so they didn't come out. Okay, I got someone who wants to know about the material of the molds, and he's calling them dies. To be honest, this gets me on a little rant thing. In this stuff, it's generally you go somewhere they call them molds. If you want to be technically correct, they are a form because it's thermoforming, vacuum forming. You aren't molding anything; you're forming stuff. If you want to get really particular about the terminology, there's people who will call them, because they're a male version of a form, we'll call them bucks. That to me is just getting a little too particular. Most people aren't going to understand what you're talking about. It is just a form or a mold. When I got quotes to have my stuff run, all the quotes said mold. They didn't call them bucks. Yeah, so a form can be female or male version, and so someone just came up with the male version. It's called a buck. It's not. But these are made out of a two-part resin or epoxy, to get to your question, that has a whole lot of aluminum powder in it. And there's tons of people out there that make this stuff. I won't mention anybody by name or anything like that, but you need to get stuff that is high temperature rated, because you have to heat up these molds to get the stuff to form correctly. Otherwise, the plastic hardens too quickly on a cold mold, and you won't get a proper form to it, and you'll get lines and everything in it, and it just won't look correctly on the form. So usually you want at least 300 degrees Fahrenheit rated mold material, and some of those are going to have what's called a cure schedule. You have to put the stuff into an oven after you initially cast it and it's initially cured to harden it. Now back to the stuff. So I don't know if I said it. This is BL235689 T-Bird, and I think this is, it says SC, so I think that means short chassis on it. And that has a little, looks like a little bracket in there to make sure the chassis doesn't collapse under forming in case it was thin there. And so if you weren't here earlier, you may have missed that these, if you make a mold the correct way, they're a shell, not a solid brick. All right, another NASCAR one. This is BL256W98 Taurus. So this is going to be another NASCAR one. A little more modern one. It's got the roof flaps molded into it so it doesn't go airborne when the car would go in reverse. The real one's not the RC one. And I think this is going to be about 9 inches again. Yeah, so this is going to be like the 220 something millimeter design again. All right, on to the next one. This is BL228295 Pontiac. Gonna be NASCAR again. I bet a ton of these will go over to Europe and Asia when we start making them. This is a narrower one. This is like about, it's in between 8.5, 8 inches. So it's gonna be roughly 215, 200 millimeter chassis type or body style and everything. I'm not really sure how that plays out in all the different chassis designs of the day and age. But yeah, so that's going to be a little closer to 200 millimeter, I think, looking at this. All right, I think that's it for this cartload. Back to the ads for you. I hope you're enjoying the ads. Kind of trip down memory lane for some of them. And I'll get the next cartload going here. Whew, oh God, once again, out of that fan, heat up real quick. All right, we'll start with something that's 12 scale, fun one. The guy told me he had this one, and I could not find a reference picture for this anywhere. I was guessing it was going to be a semi-cab thing. It's called the Truck, TRUK-R, and it's BL2033. I thought for sure it was going to be like a small scale semi-truck because all the 12 scale stuff starts with the 20 for the most part. And I thought, oh, it's going to be a small scale pan car semi-truck design. Nope. It's another one that I'm actually surprised Rick didn't grab originally, and maybe he missed it. But it's a little old pickup design. I don't know what it's supposed to resemble, but it's pretty cool. Real pointy nose, maybe it doesn't resemble anything. I don't know. Got the blower on top. I think that's a pretty cool one. I don't know if that was intended for this one. May be intended originally for the digger, as you know, as well. So maybe it's not like a pan car 12 scale. It might be more of a digger size. We'll see. What's the width on this? This is 7 inches. So you know that is typical pan car sort of size. Maybe not length. I don't know the wheelbase. You know, you're gonna have a pretty defined wheelbase on that. We'll find that out when we get to it. But that's, say it again, it's BL2033, the Truck R. Like a pirate, R. All right, here's one that I know for sure is 200 millimeter, because that's in, I guess the name on it is 200 millimeter. It is the BL211199 Stratos 200 millimeter with spoiler. Say that 5 times fast. So this is a 200 millimeter touring car. And it doesn't have the wing on here. It's supposed to have a spoiler, I'm sure, on it. And I think I've got that in some other stuff. But it's not, it did not get attached to the mold, I guess, when it was, you know, made and everything. You'd have to form it in a separate mold, like behind the car. And I think I've got that. I believe I've got that. If not, they're pretty generic. You can probably fudge it with one of the other molds I have. So yeah, that's that one. BL, what did I say? 2111. And that says it's supposed to be 200 millimeter. Let's see what they consider 200 millimeter, 8 inches. Yep, all right, 200 millimeter, that checks out. Here is now BL232092 Buick Narrow. So this is, I believe, another NASCAR one. Collect all 100. No, not really that many, but seems like it. Oh yeah, that definitely has that Buick front grille on it for sure. This is one that I can definitely tell right away, okay, yeah, that's a Buick. It does have, though, a little damage to the spoiler back here in the corner. I'll have to do a little repair. That one hopefully won't be too difficult. The question is, how will it hold up over time from forming? That might be the bigger issue. You might be able to fill it in with trim, but it might snap off under pressure. All right, another 12 scale. Woohoo! BL2092. I don't know how you pronounce it. I'm not enough into the racing. Chaparral 2K. It's like an Indy F1 style car. Very weird looking thing. So that's for your 12 scale thing. It's got a hole molded in all at once. Back wing spoiler stuff. And you can find some pictures of this. I think this one is in that catalog I was talking about before for Bullwink that you can get off RC10 Talk. You can see a painted up version of this. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I lost the video feed on my thing for a moment, and I just wanted to make sure I hadn't lost video for everybody. Got worried. All right, this is another NASCAR pickup. This is BL228395 Ford. So this is going to be 10 scale NASCAR truck, pan car. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, it's like 8.5 inches, so 215 millimeters. So I think this might be like a super speedway size chassis, if I remember correctly. We're looking for something like that. It's got, oh yeah, this might be super speedway. There's a weird thing I noticed when we were wrapping these up. In some of these, there's a little S thing carved into the front windshield, so it's going to be visible when it's molded. I don't know if anyone knows. I assume that means it's a super speedway size chassis. I don't know what the S means at all. If you have a clue, let me know. And I see, Chuck, you had an answer in there. Oh, Pretty Puny Sissy, possibly an independent winder from Indiana. Oh, okay. Yeah, there was, back in the day, there were so many different guys doing motors and everything, but there were so many of them in that box. I'm like, okay, who is this? I've never heard of them before. Thanks for the Google searching. At this point, too, I probably have the world's largest collection of that guy's motors, unfortunately. All right, this is BL232292 Lumina Narrow. So that one looks like it's going to be probably about the 8.5 again. No, narrower than 8 inches. So this is 200 millimeter. 200. All looking the same as everything else. Oh, I'm sorry. I should probably have a better attitude about these NASCAR bodies. I'm sure they're going to be the #1 seller of all the bodies. Every single one of them will be better than every other body that I'm going to be making out of all these molds. All right, this one is BL2309 Chrysler LeBaron. This one is one of probably the first ones we wrapped before we got conservative on the bubble wrap. It has a generous amount of protection. Jeez, so much wrap. And that one's in good shape, no damage. It looks like it's way cleaner than the other ones. But what did we say was oh no, this one doesn't say a year, I guess, on it. I think this one's gonna be 8 inches again. Yep, so this is gonna be a 200 millimeter one again. So I know I've had people ask me a lot of times with some of my body molds if they're 200 millimeter. So maybe now some people will be happy because there's out in the world, there's a few more 200 millimeter molds. Oh, and that's the 7 that I had on that cart. So back to the ads again. Ooh, you're gonna get an HPI ad to start with on this one, an old HPI before they made all their junky cars. Whew, all right, this time I do have a few NASCAR ones, but I've got more, I think, fun ones this time. We'll do another giveaway thing too. You'll get your choice of the geared wing cover for JRX sort of style cars. It's got the slipper cover with the plug, or you got the RC10 wing and gear cover. You get free, ship it to you, no charge. You can choose whatever one you want. The question is, Losi had a car in the Super 1600 series, their little off-road dune buggy thing races back in the, I think, late 80s, early 90s, I think more like early 90s. My question to you is, what company also had a car in that series? If you can answer that, you get it. Those parts, anything you choose, Chuck, you're out of it. But after a while, if nobody knows, which we have, because we have limited viewers, I wouldn't be surprised if not everybody knows. We'll move on to another question and try it again. Okay, 12 scale. This is the BL 2020 962 Porsche Short. I have no idea what that means in the grand scheme of things, other than apparently it's short. Oh, come on. There you go. Oh, it doesn't have like a spoiler or anything on the back. Forgot about that. So I guess you'd want to put a wing maybe back there, or maybe that's how that ran. I'm not sure. I know Rick and Roy, I think even too, have some, Rick Jordan at RJ Speed and Roy Anderson have some other Porsche models that they make. And I think 962 is one of them, but I think they look a little different than this one. They're styled a little bit differently than this one. So yeah, that is BL 2020 962 Porsche Short. All right, and this one, maybe people can help me, see if they can recall this one. This is an unknown Chevy van, no part number in the mold at all. Has got a Chevy cast into it in places. It's kind of got an ugly nose on it, to be honest. I kind of sand it down, but maybe I should leave this pure, get other people's opinion. I think this one is also one that was maybe intended for the, I don't know how you pronounce it, Marui, Big Bear, I think possibly, don't know for sure. But I think they got, yeah, it's got USA 1 and the Chevy bow tie in the front there. And you know, they got molded in, cast in windshield wipers, very detailed thing. Got your gas filler thing, got a little exhaust coming out the sides, both sides. Then you got Bowlink license plate on the back, and it says Chevy above the license plate. Even cast in, designed into it is the hinges for the door. A lot of detail in this one. This is a very good, oh, Chevy on the side there. Whoops, not in the shot, sorry. Chevy in the side there. But the front nose, that flat spot for the body mounting kind of bucks, but I guess they kind of tried to make it like an air intake on the front. It's got a little mesh texture to it. But that one's pretty cool. Short versus long is the amount of body after the rear tires. That makes sense. So back in the day, they must have had the full-size real ones. They must have had some slight variations for their racing needs, testing. And this one, again, I have no part number on this. I have no idea what the part number was on this, so we'll have to come up with our own part number. For now, if you like this one, if you want to chime in on stuff at the end for voting on stuff, let me know. Oh, I do see just now, I'm noticing there is little damage on the roof line here. This section right here is missing some material. I'll have to see if I can do something to maybe put in some pieces to act as kind of flow control and fill in some material there to patch that up. That'll be a difficult patch, but probably it'll be worth it to try and accomplish. All right, BL 2073, this is another 12 scale one. This is the Mini Cooper, I believe. Doesn't really say, but I found some pictures somewhere else in actually an RC10 talk of some scans of some old catalogs, so I believe that's what this is supposed to be, is the Mini Cooper. The pictures were black and white and a little hard to distinguish, but I'm pretty sure that's what this is. So that's kind of a hatchback. If you know what we've got already, we've got, what was it, the Golf hatchback. So this would maybe kind of fit in that. Because to be honest, I tell people the body, these fit on 12 scale chassis, but to be honest, because of the way the body is, it's really more of a 10 scale body on a 12 scale RC world chassis. So I don't know how you reconcile that in racing for RC when the body's not really 12 scale, it's really kind of more 10th scale. But the Golf one has been fairly popular. So maybe this will have some following. This is back to 10th scale BL2330 Beretta Narrow. I don't remember how narrow this one is. Is it touring car 200, 190? Don't recall for sure if we really figured that out. This is a little under 8, so that's going to put it more around 200 millimeters still, till a little bit lower than that. It's not 7.5, at least not in the rear. Maybe in the front it is 7.5, but in the rear it's a little wider. Yeah, I would say the front probably is more like 190 millimeter, but the rear is more like 200 millimeter. I don't know if you're racing this in a special class for 200 millimeter ones, if someone's going to get particular about that, if that's against something, or how that works out to what the other 200 millimeter bodies are, but just so you know, that's what it is. Back to old NASCAR here. This is BL2372 87 T-Bird. So this will be one that has a little more style, panache to it. And filth. A whole lot of filth. This table here is so dirty now. Oh God, this one's real gross. Needs a good scrubbing. What I'll have to do to these, if you're kind of the guy watching earlier, this will have to, when you do the casting and everything, usually they'll have a little kind of patina, I guess you call it, to it, a little coating to it. You'll usually want to kind of come in there with like a really fine steel wool. That's one of the things I'm going to do. These, when they sit in storage like this, they just attract stuff and it gets almost like a permanently glued to them. And you have to come in with either sandpaper or steel wool to kind of rough them up a little bit to get them to do stuff correctly and everything and form correctly. Otherwise, you'll just be pit marks all over in your body. It looks terrible. When I did some of the ones for Roy recently, Roy Anderson, the Camaro and some of the F1, I'd form a body and then I'd have to come back over with some steel wool while I was on the machine and scuff it up some more to get rid of some of the junk still stuck on the mold, because he had never run them since he acquired them. But yeah, again, this is BL2372. This is going to be the big wide 10 scale. This thing looks massive, actually. It seems very tall compared to some of the other ones are just really wide. Yeah, this is a little over 9 inches, so that's going to be that, 200 and probably getting close to 230 millimeter mark. Looks like we got some more coming. I do not know about if the IndyCar body will fit the Kyosho SR5. Sorry, I don't have something like that test. If you're talking about the one I just had earlier, that was 12 scale. We'll have to get measurements later and kind of see where that falls. You'll have to then get measurements from wheelbase and width of the SR5 and see if that works. Would you make a form buck out of gel coat with some aluminum powder and fiberglass resin, chopped matte black, backing that up? If not, why? I don't know the properties of the gel coat as far as heat tolerance. You normally, like I was talking about before, to get a good body form on it so it doesn't harden too quickly and it doesn't form correctly to your mold, you need something that you can heat up with a heat gun or heat up with like the heater. If you have a skin packaging machine, you might have a heater you bring out over top to heat up the plastic, and you can use it to heat up the mold at the same time then and before you put in plastic. That's another way they do it to heat up the mold. You normally want to heat up your mold to get the best results. If you don't heat up your mold, you get bad results because it hardens. The plastic hardens too quick. So I can't really tell you on the gel coat. I don't know what the gel coat, heat tolerances are. It might start to get sticky and tacky. I know the gel coat's used quite often on, like boats and stuff like that, and it's not really meant for high heat ranges from what I know on it. This is BL2348 Chrysler LeBaron, so this is going to be another NASCAR one. I don't know the year on this one at all. I don't think it says. The copyright on the back says 1989, so might be in 89. This is going to be one of the wider ones again. 9 inches, yep, so 220 or so, 30 millimeters. Nothing too crazy. You've seen one, you've seen them all. All right, another 12 scale. Oh yeah. This is a goofy fun one. BL2083. This is the Dune Buggy. I think this one would be more for like digger chassis, I think, as well, plus just pan car things that are all they're all kind of designed around the same wheelbase measurements, I believe, back in the day. Spider's corpse. There you go. Him and her, he's driving, she's in the passenger seat, she's holding the shifter or a can, I don't know. It's got a very, I don't know if we can see it here in the video, but it's got a pretty detailed dash actually to it, which the fine detail on that is only going to show up if you use fairly thin gauge plastic. Normally I'd probably run this, being this size and everything, in like 030. You might see a lot of that detail in 030, but I know they ran some of these in 020. It might be something you don't almost have to run in 020 to really see that detail, but then you start to sacrifice. That's why a lot of the old bodies are so floppy flimsies, because they did them out of 020. As a just FYI, going forward here, I am now running the JRX T-bodies and the RC10T when I run them again. They're only going to be in 040 now. I was never really happy with the 030. It just stretches out the plastic so much more. It's not as thin as the originals, but it's thinner than I really like to see it. So the standard stuff, we'll continue to call it the thick, just because I don't want people confused that it's still the 030. Will now be run out of 040, like saying from now on going forward. Price will be just a little bit more, but I think it's a better body quality having the thicker plastic. And the reason why it's so much better than, like, say, that other car is because there's such a tall part that stretches out the plastic a lot more. And if you go up to 060, like I did a while back on the ABS test of the Baja Bug, the detail, a lot of the detail suddenly just disappears. You don't get as good a crisp lines and everything. 040 is really the sweet spot for that. Going up so much more to 0.060 inches thick plastic, you really start to lose all the detail in the cars and stuff. All right, this is another fun one. This is the BL210699 Bug, which I think we will quickly call that like the dome or the bubble. And this is for touring cars, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 7.5 inches, so that's 190 millimeter. This is the touring car, but the 190, the like electric touring cars typically. So we'll see what that one does. Might fill in the Volkswagen symbol on the front. It's already bad enough that the design is that way. All right, that takes care of that. I'm gonna fill up the cart. This is gonna be a little longer break. I apologize. I wish I had picked up more ads to put in the thing. I am gonna load up the cart, but also I'm gonna get something to drink real quick, and I'll be back. We are halfway through? Yeah, I'd probably say a little over halfway through everything. So thanks to everybody for watching so far. I see we're up to 8 watchers right now. We'll be back in a little minute. And actually, let's do a, did we ever get an answer? No, we never got an answer to the last trivia question, did we? Which was, what was it? Oh yeah, the Super 1600 Off-Road Buggy Series. Losi had a sponsored car. Who else also had a sponsored car? No one knew that, it looks like. After this break, if no one has posted in here the answer to that, I will post a picture of the answer to that one. Okay, I'm back here. Looks like no one has the answer still, so I'm gonna try and cue that up here, and we'll get that, we'll share that with everybody. Looks like my live video is way behind here for some reason. What I'm watching on my computer screen is, I didn't realize was so far behind right now. I'm trying to watch a live feed to make sure everything's going correctly. Yeah, man, that was really far behind. Okay. So, no one got the answer there. Here is the answer for you, if you can see it. Hopefully you can see it, and I can't see it on my screen. It's too small right now to see it. But the answer is Bolink was one of the other ones. Bob Rule used to run a whole lot of off-road buggy stuff back in the day, full-size stuff on his own, used to race them and everything. And at some point then they sponsored one, and I believe a lot of these races were over on the West Coast, and of course Bolink was over on the East Coast in Georgia, so they sponsored it. He didn't run it or anything like that. They did occasionally run some races in their car out in the Vegas area, but for the most part they raced out in on the East Coast in I think more mountainous type course areas and everything. The hillbilly country. No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, let's get back to it here. We've got some good ones coming up. We've gotten through a lot of the NASCAR stuff, so it's going to be a lot less of that stuff. This is one that I probably would have loved when I was in high school to have, even though I didn't have a car that it would have fit on. This is BL2370, the Fiero. And it is gross. It's probably one of the grossest ones so far. I think this might be the king of the nasty ones, to be honest, if I remember correctly. It's got a huge, huge spoiler in the back area, in the back there. It has this extra wooden spacer thing that comes with it for mounting to it. And that was, I would assume they must have had some sort of problem casting. They wanted to raise it up just a little bit to maybe prevent some webbing, and or to put at least a cut line, a visible cut line that you needed to trim your body out from it. Because that's what it'll do. It will leave a little visible mark all along the perimeter of the mold. But this is a hint for guys who are making bodies too. If you put a little spacer underneath it like this, the exact same dimensions, I've seen people where they put it smaller than the thing, so then the plastic kind of curls around, and then you got to cut the thing out, and that does not make for easy making of bodies. Do it this way instead, or make the bottom actually even a little bit wider and tapered, and you can help get rid of webbing and maybe eliminate some of your problems as well, and it will still come off the mold. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a mouse turd right there. So yeah, again, this is BL2370, the Fiero. It kind of reminds me of the Greenwood Vet. This area back here looks a lot like the Greenwood Vet. You could buy this body and like turn it into a Lamborghini or Ferrari like they did the real Fieros. Wait, no, that won't work. 10 scale off-road BL2317 Chevy Stadium truck. And if people have been asking questions, feel free to. Anybody else who's joining in and ask a question, ask away. It's okay. I don't mind. I may not get to the question right away because I'm busy doing stuff, but I will check in eventually. Yeah, Chevy Stadium truck. It has the front part, so that's more almost like this probably will fit an RC10T, maybe an LXT. I could see the rear mounts working okay back here for the RC10T, and definitely the front maybe is wide enough for the RC10T. Oh, I'll have to go grab my chassis quick. The only reason I own any associated stuff for the most part is because of this stuff. So that's once again BL2317, and it has in the back big Bowlink molded into it. And apparently, I don't know for sure how true this is, but there was one other person interested in all these molds, and it's someone who I guess is trying to bring back Bowlink sort of stuff, kits and everything like that, which I'm not sure about that since RJ Speed is, you know, Rick Jordan's already doing like the legend stuff and everything, why you would, and Digger stuff, why you, yeah, kind of want, maybe he's doing the pan car stuff and everything, but I don't know if it's him or someone else. Is actually, if you go to the trademark office website, they've trademarked this logo on here, which I'm also not sure how that works, because yes, you can trademark something if it's not done, but there's also a copyright on it, and unless the copyright was handed over to you for this design by Bob Rule or Steve Rule or whoever, then I don't know that you can necessarily trademark. I don't know how that all works, but that gets to be a pretty big gray area on a lot of that. So if you are that guy and you're watching this, you may want to double check on that first before you get too carried away there. Talk to Bob Rule. I don't care if you want to do it. I'm not going to really use the Bowlink brand necessarily to, you know, put stuff other than I put Bowlink as its original Bowlink mold. But yeah, this is got two grills on it, double set of headlights it looks like on it. Oh, and FYI, if you didn't know, if you go to rjspeed.net, I believe, you'll see at the top, Rick Jordan is trying to retire. He's selling the business. There you go. I don't want it because I don't want to deal with those, making those kits and all that. I don't want to buy that aspect of the business. And from what I've heard, he'd almost want to get rid of that aspect of the business and keep the thermoforming part. And that's the part I'd be more interested in, is getting a hold of those original Bowlink molds and add them to the Bowlink molds I already have to keep them, as many of them together as possible. I'm a big history guy. I love the history stuff and everything, and I'd rather see them all together instead of spread out all over, but I don't have probably the finances to do that. But yeah, I love the history stuff. I used to have an old RC, a little blurb on the history of Bowlink. I don't really get into it, but Bowlink had some problems in the early 2000s financially when Steve Rule was running it after he took over for his father. I've heard rumors of what the reasons were, but I don't want to get into it because I have no confirmation of if it's true or not. But yeah, apparently, you know, things just didn't go well financially for sure, and it went under and was unsuccessful. Here we go. Here is the BL2091 Volvo 343. This is a 12 scale one. Oh, hey, that looks familiar, doesn't it? If you've been here since the beginning, this mold should look really familiar. Let me grab it. I'll be right back. What this is for. All right, put two and two together. I'm just such a genius. Earlier in the video, we showed this. This was an original Digger box, and it has an original Digger car in it that has been put together, but I do not think has ever been run, because there's still little accessory things for the steering and everything still in a bag. There we go. Oops, there's the accessories. This is that mold. This is the one. So that's what that is that came with it, was the Volvo 343, it looks like, for this particular one. So there you go. Now I know. So if you're looking for one of these for your original Digger, this is the body. You want to come to me to get one of these, for sure. All right, put that away here. If you saw too in the beginning, there was another, if you weren't here for it, there was another chassis that had a Digger chassis, a different style Digger chassis, I think more original, that had a bug body on it. And that one I don't have the mold for. I know Rick has the mold for that one. So if you want that weird weird small bug body for the digger, you gotta go hit him up, or RC Car Kings carries a lot of his stuff. And oh, this Volvo again was 2091, BL2091 if you're interested in that. All right, 12 scale NASCAR, we're back to it. Got quite a bit of 12 scale NASCAR, which actually I like the proportions of the 12 scale ones way better than the large 10L style ones. This is a 92 Pontiac BL 2023. So this is a little bit newer than a lot of, I think, the other 12 scale ones I've been opening up. But yeah, that one's okay, I guess. All right, original NASCAR one again. Not original, why did I say original? I don't know. All right, yeah, this has been going on too long, I think. This is BL2334 Ford Ranger body. So this would be for the RC10L style chassis, I think. Oh no, this is 8 inches. So this is 200 millimeters. So this is like a gas touring car one, apparently, instead. My mistake. It does have a kind of a scuff up here in the roof. That might need some attention. And there's a little bit of nick there, maybe. It's really hard. You got to really inspect these really close to see how they are. And like I said before, they just weren't protected well in storage. All right, this next one is an interesting one because when I got to it, I was like, wait a minute. I have this one already. So this is a second version of it, but no. This is BL2075. If you do a search on my store, you will find I have this body from this part number, but it will not look like this. So if you're an expert on this on-road racing stuff like this, this might be up your alley to give everybody an answer or what's going on here. There you go. That's the Porsche 917K. Now, you ready for this? This is going to be, I have it here, the exact same part number. But this is one I already had. And what's interesting about it is, it looks like when he probably carved this out of wood or something like that to make the original design, the original master. I think this front portion was definitely all the same because it looks identical. In fact, how these things are not perfectly symmetrical. This opening in here is skewed slightly left, at least compared to how you view the doors. They're not, it's for design quality on this one. Sorry, Rick, if you're watching this, but it's got some little symmetry problems in it. But yeah, it's the exact same part number and model number according to the information on it, but they are definitely not the same. This has got the channel. Now, when I do research, I did some research here online, and this one over here actually looks more like what I think the real one was. I believe. Someone else can confirm this for me. This looks more like it. This one over here doesn't look as quite accurate. But this back end is taller on this one. The spoiler comes up a little bit more on it. So I would imagine this one would give you a little more advantage on the course, get a little more downforce on it. But this one has actually been fairly popular for me. We'll see how this one goes. Look at the color patina difference in these. This one's nice and shiny because it's been run, it's been cleaned. This one is gross and nasty, and we'll have to end up getting closer to this appearance before we can run it. Oh, I'll also show you the back. I think this one is an earlier version of the mold because they have, if you can see it very well, the Bowlink logo back here. I don't know if you can see it very well on the camera or not, but it's radically different than this one's. More refined, crisper, tinier font usage on here. So I have a feeling this one's an earlier one than this one. right, one more on this cart. Get this out of the way here. This is the BL2251 Chevy truck. Ow. Arm here. It's got Chevrolet molded in the back. Double headlight grille in the front for that era of Chevy. I don't know if I showed it, had that in camera or not. This one, looking at this here, of course it's got some holes back here. I'm not sure what that one's aimed for at all. Oh, maybe something like the Sledgehammer, maybe? Or the Stampede. That's what it could be. It could be Stampede or Sledgehammer type style. Traxxas is maybe what this is focused for. If you know, you can try and chime in on this. Oh, okay, someone's right on. My video feed now is so much more on top of things right now. Yeah, that's Seb, that's what I'm starting to think too. Yeah, it definitely looks that way. I know I've got some I did identify that are for the Rustler and the Stampede, according to old literature from Bolink. But the Rustler ones, I haven't gotten to them yet. The Rustler ones really look like the where the shock tower area is, recesses are, look more like they're for a nitro Rustler rather than an electric Rustler, but the Bolink information didn't differentiate between the two, so I don't know how that's going to be. When we get to it, maybe you guys who know, if you've seen the Rustlers more, will know, which it's for. I've never owned a Rustler, never really had a Rustler in my hand, so I don't know what the difference is. All right, so that's the end of this cart. Let me get some more. I'm going to switch it. We've done the ads a bunch for people who are new. We'll go back to some of the stuff we did earlier in this very long video. We are now into what? Hour 2? 10? No, 3. 3 hours. Oh my gosh. Let's see, what did we have here? Yeah, we did that one before. Let's do this one. Let's get rid of that. There we go. This one's an old slideshow of people and a few things. Well, mic off, so can't hear me cuss or whatever. Okay, we've got 8 this time on the cart loaded. We'll start with the ones I don't like. Oh, I forgot to get this 917K off the table here. Okay. All right, this is BL227597 Pontiac. Pontiac what? I don't know, but it's a Pontiac apparently. And this looks to be a narrow type one. I would guess it's going to be 200 millimeter. Wow, that's got a really molded in spoiler on it. I didn't mention it in some of the other ones that we did, but I think we've had some already that have had this because we've gone through most of the NASCAR ones. But there's these little roof ridges in these, and these in this, there's a few of them have it cast in, but in this particular instance, it's a piece of metal embedded in the roof line and going all the way back to here. It's kind of unique. I haven't even looked to see what it looks like if it shows through on the other side. So let's look together. Nope, it is not in the other side. So I don't know how, maybe he made the female version of this mold and he put these in it and then he cast it in there, or somehow he glued these in. I don't know. That's something, if I ever get a chance, I'll have to ask Rick about that. There's a very sculpted hood line in here and back here in the trunk line. I don't know if that's on purpose, that's accidental, but it's very, got dips in it, valleys in it, which is very different compared to a lot of the other ones. They're usually very flat. Oh, and did we measure? Yeah, 200 millimeter is what that one is, 200 millimeter. That's the BL2275. I notice there's no net on that one. And I should say, there's no net on that one and a lot of these later ones because I was doing some research when I was trying to figure out what this guy had as some of the stuff and some of the part numbers he had, that some of them, they actually had sticker sheet things for some of them. In their later years, they had sticker sheets. And on those sticker sheets would be, I believe, the netting for the window. And that's the way they did it, so then it looked cooler and, yeah, I guess it made masking easier. To be honest, it does a whole lot. Maybe someday we'll try and duplicate those decals. I have actually, information, I have other decals in the works right now that I want to do once I get this stuff kind of rolling. I want to get them made that are for trucks, the off-road trucks. I just haven't had a chance to get them done. They're grills and headlights and stuff even for cars too. What do they call them? The NACA ducts and filler things and yeah, all sorts of different things. The graphics department at Sabula Tech is manned by a very great guy named Dan Patridge, and the web group is manned by Dan Patridge as well, and the manufacturing group is headed up by Dan Patridge as well, and so there's a lot of things to juggle in there. This is BL2376TOJ. This is a 10 scale Can-Am style body, I believe. And if you're wondering, how does Dan do all that? Well, Dan in a previous life was a computer dork, so that's how. All right, this is about 9.5 inches, starting to get close to 9 and like, like 7/8 and everything in there. So this is getting, yeah, over 200 and something, yeah, millimeters. It's getting pretty wide there. I don't know how popular this one's going to be. To me, it's kind of ugly, but yeah, who knows? Different strokes for different folks. Another cool touring car one. This is probably, once again, I would guess one of the last molds they made before they bit the dust. See, you got a thing here. 10L wide cars are 235 millimeter. Yeah, that'd make sense where we're getting on some of those that are, Yeah, those bigger ones. I've got a 10L somewhere in this garage here somewhere. With you've seen some other videos. I got stacks of chassis everywhere, but I've never really put any on the thing right now. I've only done on the 10L, and I have another, or 12L, and I have another 12L type Academy chassis that I've done some pictures on in the past. Who has time? Okay, so yeah, this is the BL2115 Chevy SSR truck. I have a feeling this one wasn't immensely popular back in the day. I mean, it's a touring car size one, but I mean, what classes are you going to run it into? I mean, I would say you're probably at a disadvantage maybe compared to other trucks if you're running in some sort of touring car size truck thing. It'd almost have to be a class of all these trucks. So unless you're just going for the look of it, it's not probably really a racing body that you're going to want. This is 7.5 inches. Yeah, so 190 electric touring car basically, chassis mold. Got Chevy in the front there. All right, 12 scale again. This is a cooler one. BL2084 BMW 635 CSI Miami. No, this would be CSI Rochester, Minnesota. Yeah! Oh yeah, this one actually has a protective body on it. Who'd have thunk it? So there you go for all your Beamer needs. You got it. Has a little bit of a lip of a spoiler in the back. I think I might have a cardboard piece for this that raises it up, kind of like that Fiero one. I think it was the Fiero. Yeah, the Fiero. I think that's in another box somewhere. I think I've got a little piece spacer that goes underneath this. Or maybe it's a different one. I don't know. We'll see. All right, that's 4. On to more NASCAR. BL2285 Monte Carlo. And it says it has a wing as well. I think that this is one. Yeah, this is one where they did not cast the wing or make the wing into the thing. It has a metal little fins here in the side, but this one's kind of bent over. We'll have to fix that a little bit. But yeah, this one's going to have a separate trunk spoiler mold that we have to cast. We'll try and put it on the same, probably same board with it, cast them at the same time if possible, and do them at this. Just do it at once. It makes it a whole lot easier if you can do it at the same time. That's how they would have done this originally. And this is, I think, going to be a 200 millimeter. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 8 inches. This is going to be 200 millimeter chassis. And that's Monte Carlo, 95 Monte Carlo. Okay, and this one, another NASCAR, BL2300 93 Lumina, and this is another one that actually has that spoiler, same setup as the last one. I think these are about the only two I have that are really a separate spoiler piece that says something about attached to trunk or something. It's called like the lid or something. I don't know exactly how it attaches. I see 2 holes in the back here, so I'm gonna guess you're supposed to somehow mount it in there. I don't really know for sure. But yeah, that's another one that is gonna be, yeah, that's gonna be 200 millimeter again. Scale. Oh yeah, this is the cool one. 12 scale. This is has another part to it that's in a tote, so it didn't get lost or damaged. This is BL2014 Ferrari F40. There you go. So this one's going to have, like I was talking about, a second part that's going to be a spoiler that attaches in the back there. That's a pretty cool one. That'll be a cool one to have if you're into the, got the 12 scale stuff. I'm hoping, to be honest with you, I'm hoping by having a lot of these 12 scale bodies available, maybe we'll give a little revitalization to the 12 scale sort of RC racing scene, because people will have more options than just those ugly Can-Am generic bodies that everybody's got, you know, every manufacturer makes, that don't look all that interesting. I'm hoping that's the case, because I really like the 12 scale. I've never did anything 12 scale, but the Bowlink molds are really cool. A lot of their 12 scale molds are really, really cool. I like them a lot. They're Porsches, and I mean, they're torches, as I call them. They're really cool. All right, another 12 scale, but this one's a little different. This was originally advertised that I could find as for the, they specifically marketed it towards the Big Bear again. If you look, if anyone, I don't know in all this time if anyone's found that catalog yet, but this is one of the listed in that catalog I keep talking about as for the Big Bear. There's a few of them listed in that catalog, like 4 of them for the Big Bear. I think I have 2 of the 4, potentially. Yeah, so this is like a van, Ford van, pretty wide looking van. You know, not, proportions aren't real great. Got really big wheel well areas here. It's got Ford in the front. It's got windshield wipers molded like that Chevy one did. It's got the hinges again in the back. It's pretty deal. It's got the little window thing in the side. I think I'd actually almost want to fill that in, to be honest. I don't like that. I'd rather have it smooth side, and then you could more, I know it's not the right type of van, but you could give it more of like a you know, the A-Team vibe to it or something like that. It does have little exhaust little holes here, but it's not quite as detailed as that Chevy one from earlier. All right, that's it of that again. We never did. Man for the Ocean track vehicle. Can't think of the name of it now. I don't know. I can't tell you for sure. But the van, this van definitely is in the catalog, listed on and mounted to, I believe, even shown on the Big Bear for sure. They list about like 3, 4, like I said, 4 different ones, and 2 of them they list saying you can use the stock mounts to do it. I think like the Courier truck was one of the other ones that we had earlier too. That was one of them. The Chevy one wasn't listed because like I don't have a part number to confirm it. And then this van that I did have a part number for, because yeah, inside is written inside 252059, did have the part number for it, so I was able to figure that out. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, let's do another thing. We'll do those, try and do those wings and gear covers again. Try and give those away. Next question for you. This should be an easy one for the, especially the RC10 people, the Associated fans. Cliff Lett, of course, everyone knows, works at Team Associated, has for many years, but he's also known for another third-party RC company way back in the day that made accessories and aftermarket hop-up parts and bodies for like the RC10 and other cars. What was that company? You can give me the acronym, you know, abbreviated version of it, or the full name, I don't care. First person in chat, you get choice of the RC10 wing and gear cover or the JRX wing and gear covers. Whatever you want, with free shipping, anywhere in the world. And I gotta load up the cardigan, so let you guys stew on that. Hey, there's the man right now. Back. We got a winner on it. Yay! That was much easier probably than that Bowlink one earlier. That one was a mean one. If you've been doing research like I have in the last few years, you would have known it, but most people just aren't going to know that one. I got another one coming up that's really good too. We'll see how on the ball people are. I doubt anyone will get that one too. Okay. This is the BL2233, and this says for sure on it, it's a Silverado Rustler. This is what I was talking about earlier. It's got the wide bounce in the front, kind of over the wheel wells a little behind, then the single mount in the back. But then, like I said, it's got the shock tower kind of recesses right here. So this makes me kind of question, is this, and it's behind the wheel well area. So if anyone knows, can confirm that for me. I maybe it'll fit. Maybe it can shift forward. I don't know, but to me this looks more almost like a nitro one. I would guess it's nitro compared to what I'm used to for all the low C and the associated 10 scale trucks that are electric. You have these recesses further forward. So let me know if you know. So that's that one. That's the Silverado BL2233. All right, you want the JRX 2.1s. All right, oh, I'm glad someone agrees with me there. Yeah, I don't know why, I don't know if anyone knows the Traxxas history, did the Nitro Rustler come out before the electric Rustler? Oh, the Nitro Sport, I hadn't thought about that one. That could be a potential one too. All right, more trucks. This one I believe is more of a touring car one. This is BL2221 2001 Ranger. But it might be off for, let's see, that's 7 inches wide, so that's, yeah, 190 millimeter. I think this is electric touring car is the intentions for that. Because obviously it doesn't have any recesses for shock towers of the more modern stadium trucks and everything. And what are the stadium trucks with? Let's see what that's normally at. That's, well, the rear is around 7 inches. It would probably be a good one, that Ranger one would probably be a good one for the JRX T style, body mounts, because they're really flat body mounts that sit above all the shock towers and everything. So it'd probably be a good one, an alternate one for one of those. It might even work for the Rustler that we were talking about before. Well, no, you probably need the recesses for it. I don't know how that rear body post looks on the Rustler. I need to do more research on the Traxxas stuff. I always hated Traxxas, so I haven't really done anything. But if I'm going to try and market to some of those, maybe I better brush up on that. All right, this one, next one, I have no doubt what this is for. Associated, guys. What's it for? See if I get it, yeah. Who knows what it's for? This is BL2236. Oh, wait. There's a delay here, so there'll be a little lag between when I get your chat answer. You're just now seeing the video. See what people say. Yeah, you got it. Sorry you don't win anything for this one, but yeah, that's what that one is the RC10 GT. It says it actually cast in the back, or not cast, but put in the back of it. It actually says that's what it is. It's got the really big, kind of weird air intake scoop on the front of it, which is a little different. Crosshatch grill to it. Hopefully this one will have some popularity to it. I'd rather see it was electric, but oh well. '12 scale. We've got two of these coming up there to 12 scale. This is BL2009 34 Hot Rod 4. This is another one why? This is another one I am not sure why Rick didn't grab this up when he was grabbing the other ones. If you're guys interested in mold making, I'll explain this little part here. So yeah, this is BL2009, this is 12 scale, pretty cool looking thing. This part was intended for the back of it, and that's to prevent webbing in the critical spots back here. They put this in this. This is what I was kind of talking about before about a spacer underneath one of their molds and then taper it away. This is to get rid of that webbing. A lot of times when I do the molds, if I have an issue, I usually have little web catchers, they're called, back in the corners, actually over on the sides and maybe in behind it, that pull that excess plastic towards the back. This is another way of doing it. There's quite a few different ways. You can also, if you're like me and using a wooden base to mount these on instead of the metal plates like you saw that 917K earlier, you can actually carve out some of the wood to create a hole to try and bring that plastic into as well. I've covered it in videos before. Go look at my vacuum forming playlist if you're interested in more of this. There's a lot of stuff in there. If you're interested in that, go look at that. You'll get a ton of information from that stuff. Oop, got the good part. Oh yeah, I hadn't thought about the mid-motor stuff. Yeah, it's worth a shot maybe if I can find someone who's got one locally, have them test it out. This is BL2072, this is 12 scale. This is the Lambo Countach. And I'm pretty sure it's this one. I've got another extra spoiler piece like the Ferrari earlier. That it's a real thin piece, so I put that safely tucked away so it wouldn't get damaged. Well, yeah, that's a pretty cool one. It's got really a high detailed emblem thing in the front that I don't know, depending on the thickness of plastic, that's probably gonna lose some detail. Maybe if I do the thin 020, which I don't like to do, I could do it. I've got some of it. I have very little of it because I never use it. I've only used it for some testing stuff and that's it. But with the 030, it's probably gonna be questionable. And 040, yeah. But yeah, that's a really cool one. I like this one. I can't wait to run this one. This is 2072, BL 2072. And there's some really highly detailed rear lights in it and everything. This is a really, really cool one. This is what I was talking about, that I hope these type of things really breathe some life back into 12 scale racing stuff that isn't just the stupid Can-Am stuff, you know, the modern Can-Am bodies that just look so generic and they're all just meant for aerodynamics and everything and not really for the fun. It's all too much competition. It's all about money anymore on a lot of this stuff. That's what kills a lot of the hobby for new people. For me, I was never really that great a racer. I always enjoyed the wrenching and building and stuff and just hanging out with people and talking about BS about stuff. All right, this is BL231892 Olds Narrow. So this is probably going to be the 200 millimeter wide one again. I'll give you a little thing too. I don't know if I mentioned it earlier in the thing. We started loading up at 9 a.m. in South Carolina, all these molds, and we didn't get out of there until 2:30 in the afternoon. That's how long. And we were roasting, my wife and I, a little sunburned and everything. It was bad. And then we started to drive back to Minnesota from South Carolina, and we stopped for the night fairly early just to get good sleep, just outside Louisville on Saturday night then, and drove back the rest of the way the next day and got here back in Minnesota about 6. So this is 8 inches, this is 200 millimeter, as I was saying, and that's the Olds Narrow. Got Oldsmobile in the front there on below the grill. It has a molded in spoiler to it. Let's see, BL2331 Beretta. This one looks wide, so I'm gonna guess the 10L size. Either, not the super speedway size 10L. There's so many 10L difference chassis of going on. It's hard to keep track of. Yeah, that's 9 inches. So yep, that's that one. That one's meh, nothing too exciting. I wouldn't even know it was a Beretta, to be honest with you. And I'm probably like some of you grew up with the Beretta and the similar 4-door Corsica, but I'm really hard pressed to identify that as a Beretta, just like a lot of the NASCAR stuff. It's usually the grill that's the only thing that looks anything like the original. Another NASCAR for this is the last one on this cartload. This is BL2276 short track Monte Carlo. This one's dirty, not as bad as that Fiero, but still pretty dirty. What do we have? 7 people watching, you poor people. Oh. This is 8-inch, so this is going to be the 200 millimeter. Starting to figure these out now. 200 millimeter. Man, my hair, I need a haircut. God. This, I guess, yeah, this one's got like that truck one earlier. In the upper window of the car, it's got the little S. It's got a little S carved into it. So I'm guessing that's, once again, I think is signifying super speedway size mold, I'm guessing. That was their way of quickly determining what it was for. Oh, or I switch you back to the pictures of Cliff Lett again. Jeez. Well, Joey, I need you on my research team for this stuff. Okay, this is 12 scale, BL2099, Arundel C2000. Meh, doesn't do anything for me. But, yeah, 12 scale pan car. All right, this one I believe is going to be 190 millimeter touring car style. This is the 2107 Strata Cruiser. Some may be going, you know, Joey knows all this stuff. Shouldn't I know this stuff? Well, it kind of brings me back to a conversation I had with Gil a few years ago. He mentions he doesn't really he's not into the racing so much anymore. He's into the manufacturing stuff. He geeks out on the manufacturing stuff. He really loves that sort of stuff, figuring out ways to make things and get things produced and everything and how they're designed. I am kind of that way too. That's why I get back to, I'm not big in the racing stuff, but I loved wrenching on the stuff, putting them together. That's the kind of guy I am. I love trying to problem solve this stuff and figure it out. If you're into trying to get into thermoforming and making stuff, and you're one of the ones who watches my video for that sort of stuff, people ask me all the time, hey, should I do this? Can I do this? I say the short answer is sure, you can do it. Long answer is probably not. It depends on the type of person you are, and there's not as many of those type of people out there as there probably needs to be if you're going to do into this. You have to be a good problem solver. You can't get frustrated immediately and just give up. You can't I need to have all my answers online. If you're someone who like wrenches on cars and motors and stuff like that and can fix those without a whole lot of answers, given to you, yes, you can probably do thermoforming just fine. But if you're someone who has to Google every answer or have someone hold your hand to do it and figure it out, you're gonna get really frustrated and you're gonna give up, so don't put the money into it. Now, being that said, now that I've challenged you, if you're someone like that, you probably will do pretty good, because if someone says you can't do it, quite often then you'll do it. But I would discourage it if you're not a good problem solver. There's a lot of these where I've had problems over the years with my other ones that I got frustrated with them, set them aside, kind of thought about it in my head for a while because I was just burning up plastic on the machine, not making any forward progress. Come back to it a few months later, get it, problems all solved. I've got different answers, solutions, things to try. And it may be because I ran something else down the line that I noticed something on, and that gave me a little light bulb in my head that helped me figure out that issue. All right, back to it. This is BL2107. This is the Strato Cruiser. This is a touring car, 190 millimeter? Maybe it's 200. What is it? Yeah, but a little under 8 inches. So yeah, this is a 200 millimeter one. I think this might be another one of the ones for the spec cars, the Trinity spec cars, and who else was making the spec cars back in the day? There was Trinity and somebody else. Was it Bowling? No, I think there was somebody else. Shoot, can't remember. Joey will probably come in here and answer that one. But yeah, Bowling made a lot of those spec bodies back in the day. This might be one of them as well. Some of the truck ones, I think even in fact one of the truck ones I've done already, I think was one of the spec ones back in the day as well, because they first came out with the spec touring and NASCAR bodies, and then they came out with some spec, or maybe it was just NASCAR bodies, then they came out with the spec touring and truck bodies. There's a whole list after a while that would get approved for spec racing after a few years that they were doing that, if you research it, which I don't know why you would. All right, but that's, yeah, BL2107. Nah, it was not SNK. I think they were pretty much about out of it at that point. I've actually talked to the guy, can't think of his name now. He lives in the Des Moines area now because they were in Oskaloosa, Iowa, about what happened to all their molds. They had somebody else running them for them off-site. He goes, they're gone. They're probably gone, destroyed, no longer with us. He had a partner, and I think there was some falling out there. And it's pretty funny, if you go do some Google really in-deep Google research on S&K, there's a newspaper article from, I think, Oskaloosa newspaper back in the day, and interviewing them, talking about how, you know, they were doing all this stuff. And a lot of stuff, they imported some stuff in and then sold it within the country and everything, which is what Losi did, a lot of other companies did back in those days. Imported other companies, foreign brands in, and then distributed them throughout the country. But they talked about how they wanted to be, you know, the biggest distributor in the United States of RC car stuff. Yeah, that worked. All right, what did we say what this one was yet? I don't know, I got off the tangent. BL2271 96 T-Bird. This one's again got the little roof ridges in it made out of metal, and it's got a metal spoiler in the back. There was one earlier today, 3 hours ago, that had that as well. I think there was only 2 of them so far. Yeah, so 96 T-Bird. This is, I think, 200 millimeter? Yeah, 200 millimeter chassis again for this one. Yeah, and the S&K, I got hold of his partner one time on the phone. A lot of research trying to find the phone number before I got hold of the other guy. And the guy just played like he never knew anything about S&K RC. I think he was not wanting to really talk about whatever happened there, but yeah, that got me nowhere. And then I got a hold through Facebook of the other guy. I figured they were so close. If they had that stuff sitting around somewhere, I'd be more than happy to buy it from them and get that stuff running again. Because they had some cool stuff for their time. Parma maybe was the other spec one? No, I don't know, shoot. All right, this is a 10th scale, and this is to go along with that 12th scale earlier. This is the Ferrari BL2364 Ferrari F40. So if you wanted to have 2 Ferraris in your house, you could have a 12th scale and a 10th scale. And this one, I'm not sure if I have the wing for this one, to be honest. I don't remember. I'll have to look through my parts of accessories thing here later and see. But yeah, I don't remember if we had the wing for this one or not. This is a very good question. Might have to end up making one that's similar to the 12 scale one. This is BL2302 93 T-Bird. This is going to be probably a 200 millimeter one again. This has got the little roof ridges again made out of metal, but no spoiler in the back. Oh, come on. Stuff. This might be one of the ones again, I think, that has the extra spoiler piece because it's got the 2 holes in the back. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. When I get those little accessory things here later, much later probably, the way things are going, we'll see. Because they have part numbers on it that match the cars. Yeah, this is 200 millimeter again. And that was, again, the BL2302 93 T-Bird. And with all the people watching again still, I think here when I'm just about done with this cart, we'll do another trivia question. We go to the little break to load up the cart again. And since Joey knew the associated type answer and wanted Losi parts, we're gonna do a Losi type question for those RC10 wings if someone's interested, other than was it Chuck and Joey so far that have gotten stuff. See how knowledgeable the associated guys are. This is BL2301 93 Pontiac, and this is going to be a 200 millimeter for sure. I'm not going to even measure it. I'm pretty sure this is 200 millimeter. Scale. 12th scale, BL2087, CAC1, CAC-1, CAC1, ha, 1. Man, I don't remember wrapping this one. This one's got a chip in the back. We'll have to repair that. That shouldn't be too difficult if and when we end up running that. It's different. Definitely doesn't have the, a lot of the other ones have a big pronounced wheel well and then it dips down behind the front wheel well. This one pretty much straight across. So we'll see. I like that over one of the other ones we had earlier. That maybe that was a 10 scale one that looked kind of even more plain than this one. So CAC1. All right, here's the next break to go get some more. We're starting to get down there. Hopefully everybody's still awake. The trivia question for you is going to be, I forget what it was now I was going to do. Shoot. Well, maybe we'll have to come back to that one. I forget what I was going to do for the question on that. I remember. This might be a tricky one. You might have to go to vintagelosi.com in the history section to get this one. In an interview I did with Gil and his junior, Pops and Junior, they had a reason why, and I think I've got it up there, why they went and made the JRX2. Big reason why they went out of their way to make the JRX2 back in the day. If you can give me the answer on that, you'll get the RC10 wing and gear cover for free with free shipping anywhere in the world. Answer that one, Associated fans. sorry, someone got it. All right, now be honest. Did you have to go to vintagelowc.com to figure that out? I'm gonna guess yes, but that's okay. I mean, unless you're into this stuff, you don't really know. That's why I gave you guys the hint. I wouldn't expect the RC10 Associated fans to know. All right. We're back to NASCAR, which I think in my pile of stuff left, which is getting pretty small, there's only like one NASCAR thing I think left, at least 10 scale NASCAR left, which is, thank goodness. This is BL236388 Pontiac. Why is there so many NASCAR bodies? Was it really ever that popular? Jeez. I know there was a lot of magazine things that showed the era on those ovals, those banked ovals, but ugh. That's like dead now, isn't it? I don't think anyone really runs that stuff anymore. I'm gonna sell like 10 of these bodies a year maybe if I'm lucky. But it's about the history more than the sales on them, to be honest. All right, so yeah, there you go. It's gonna be the big wide RC10L chassis, the old style, not the super speedway. Nothing too exciting. Oh yeah, now we're to the like kind of the really disappointing one of the time. No, I'm glad you knew it. Hey, pretty good. A lot of people don't know that or anything, and yeah, there was some bad blood there with Losi and Associated for a while, especially after Gil had really helped them out in the design of the RC10 and testing and everything, and that was the deal for letting him do that. You know, to work with them for not really any money was that they had shot at it. Did it really hurt Associated in the end? Yeah, nope. But it definitely helped them in their business and their sales quite a bit. Yeah, this one has not had a good life. This is I think a 190 millimeter body. This is BL2109. I'll get it into the shot here, sorry. Yeah, there's a big, huge chunk missing out the back, which is actually, in the scheme of things, is not the worst place to have this happen at. I mean, yeah, you'd rather not have it at all, but the back of the car is probably one where if there's some visible lines after patching, repairing, and sanding, people aren't going to care as much about, but it is a pretty brutal break in it. And that reminds me too, I've got, even Mr. Lexon asked me, I got from him years ago, and people have asked me this a few times, I've got a Mustang body mold that's, I think more the Fox body sort of design that's for the RC10L. And I had it test run at one place before, the very first place, and I never got to run it on my machine because the mold cracked coming back from the first place. And what's pretty common on these is they crack around the mounting holes, and usually they crack towards the inside. This one cracked to the outside and up over the roof or the trunk of the car, and or the hood maybe, I don't remember, and it's pretty bad. And you can kind of fill it in, but the problem is once you heat up the mold, it expands and everything, and it's just gonna open up that crack again, and you'll see a crack when you form the body. So what's better is to use that as a master, pour like silicone over that, smooth it all out, patch it up as good as you can so it's smooth as possible. Make a female mold by pouring silicone over it, then back pouring that to create a new male mold. And that's pretty much your only option to really have a good result and not lose a bunch of detail by like when you back pour an old body. And in case you're not aware that you're doing back pouring, you lose a lot of detail. You gotta come back in and you'll have to regrind stuff to get the recesses, because thermoforming makes a radius in like say a corner. It doesn't get all the way in the corner. Well, you then make a body out of that. Now next time you pull on that repop, that copy, the plastic doesn't get as tight into the corner anymore. So you got to come in and make that corner crisper. And that goes for window details, everything. It's really tedious, pain in the butt. I eventually want to repop. I have boxes of bodies for everything that I want to repop at some point, but I just don't have time. Next project comes up and I never get to it. I have so many candidates of stuff to redo, it's insane. What I really need to do is try and find a company that can do it for me, gets good results, I can take the time to do it, and I can worry about making bodies and concentrate on other stuff, because I don't have a Rick Jordan. I'm not the Bob Rule with the Rick Jordan to make the bodies. I just don't have time right now to dedicate to doing it full time, and that's what I really need. I have so many bodies. I got really cool RC10 bodies, a lot of low C bodies, aftermarket bodies, everything that is I want to do, but there's just not enough time in the day. So yeah, this is, sorry, tangent, 8 inches. I'm trying not to lose this piece off the back. This would go so much quicker if I stopped talking. Yeah, this is like about 7.5, a little over, so it's a 190, I think, mold. Okay, next up, 12 scale. Oh, this is NASCAR one, 2016 89 T-Bird. They'll have to bring back 12 scale NASCAR racing, big time, old school stuff. That'd be pretty cool. There you go. What did I say this was? Stupid thing. T-Bird, T-Bird. T-Bird. Maybe we'll call it like the Birdman or something like that, or Bird Brain, or I don't know. This is BL 2076 NASCAR Oldsmobile. And we'll do a recap first. I know we got more people in here, a little bit more than we had when we started this today. If you're a low-C guy, I'll break the bad news to you. There is not going to be new JRX bulkheads and wing buttons and all that kind of stuff. Because of this purchase of all this tooling, molds, forms, that stuff is not going to happen. Sorry to say, this gave me a better opportunity to keep the business, income appeals to a wider audience of people than just those low-C parts. If we'd done the Kickstarter a while ago and people had bought stuff that had said they were super interested in it and never did anything, maybe I would consider it, but when the people who said they were contacting me and wanted to do it, and I know some of them are diehard, and they didn't step up to the plate, then I'm not going to take the financial risk to do it. This just makes more sense to me. When I got the heavy equipment, invested a lot in the equipment to run this stuff, it makes more sense for me to do this stuff. So yeah, BL 2076 NASCAR Oldsmobile. I like the grill on this. This one's pretty cool. Got the spoiler in the back. I like this one. That was pretty cool. I'm pretty sure Rick Jordan may have like a 10th scale sort of version of this one. RJSpeed.net. Remember, his business is for sale. You should go buy it. You could make legends and diggers. I hear he hates putting the kits together. But he's got connections through Horizon for distribution and probably through other distributors. This is BL2275W, so it's wide, 97 Pontiac. You got a market already right there for you if you do it. Not for me. So yeah, that's going to be the big wide RC10L thing there again. NASCAR, yay. Super fan. Did we do this one? I don't know if I did this one already. BL2293 short track T-Bird. The bubble wrap's in so awful shape. I don't think we did this one. But just the bubble wrap's all screwed up. So there you go. Yeah, that's going to be the big RC tunnel. That's definitely a wide one. Okay. I mentioned too, I was doing some research when I was looking at these, trying to figure out what some of these molds were when he gave me some of the part numbers. And some of his original stuff documents that recommends certain autographic stickers of the time to do it. So if you wanted to add the details to these NASCAR ones, you're supposed to go find those autographic stickers. Good luck. Pickup BL2255 S10 pickup. This might be a 200 millimeter. It'd probably still look pretty dope on a JRX-T. Too bad the RC10T doesn't have the stock body mounts that would let you to use this easily. Those stupid shock towers are just in the way of the mounts. They had a much sportier looking truck body compared to the JRX-T, but not as universally compatible. Maybe I gotta start 3D printing out of nylon some mounts to go on the RC10T, so I can market some more of these to that audience. Though to be honest, RC10 stuff, 10T stuff, doesn't sell as well as the JRX-T stuff. It's kind of bizarre. I thought it would be more popular, but there doesn't seem to be a lot of love for the RC10T compared to the JRX-T. This is 8 inches, so that makes it 200 millimeter, yep, on the button. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it for this cart. We are probably about, let's see, 1, 2, 3. We're probably like at the most 2 cart loads. I think about 1 maybe left. So thanks for hanging in with us just a little bit more. I'm going to switch you back. We'll switch you to some other pictures, some new ones. This break. We'll go back to the bowling factory ones again. And some of the pictures of cars. All right, yep, this will be the last cartload of stuff. Kind of packed it up a little bit with stuff. There was actually 2 more NASCAR ones. I found another one hiding in the corner. They breed like rabbits, I swear. This first thing is kind of a goofy thing. I had scanned in some pictures of some bowling ads, and I think it ran, yeah, it was running earlier here in the ad. You might get it here at the end, but it was running earlier in these things, and it's a part I'm like, I never even knew existed. It's got an interesting purpose. Can you guess what it was if you saw the pictures? Here it comes. Oh, nope, I lied. Sorry. I got the wrong one here. I thought it was. No, this is even kind of weirder than that one. That is a part tray. Yeah, I guess you put your screwdrivers in here, but man, talk about dinky little screwdrivers. I believe they made this one out of styrene. They didn't do polycarbonate or Lexan. They used styrene, and you can put your little screws, you can put your motor, would sit in here. I think I've got 2 or 3 molds of this. Same thing. I'm kind of like, eh. Yeah, because modern screwdrivers are not gonna, most drivers that people use, hex drivers, are not gonna fit in that at all. I almost wondered if it was something maybe in a kit they had back in the day too, they would include it in the kit. I don't know, did anyone ever buy these? Anyone who's watching still? Did you buy one of these? Yeah, part 2522, part tray mold. That'll be a big seller, I'm sure. I will probably never ever run it. Except as a joke. Some giveaway thing. Here, you could win this part tray, ha! All right, one of the last NASCAR ones, BL2247, 96 Monte Carlo. It's got the little metal ridge lines in it as well. It's going to be a narrow one. It's going to be the 200 millimeter, looks like. Yeah, 8.5. Yeah, 8. Yeah, a little over 8 in the rear. So yeah, it's going to be like a 200 millimeter one. It's like 215. Well, between 215 and 200 in the rear. So yeah, that's going to be probably classified as a 200 millimeter wide one. And what did we say this was again? BL2274 Monte Carlo, or it'll be called the Carlos or the Monty or something like. But Monty is speed, M-O-N-T-Y or something like that. 10 scale, big 10 scale pan car, sort of Can-Am thing again. I have already the 12 scale version of this. People have asked me about it, about this version, and I referred them to Rick, because at the time I didn't know who had the mold. So now I have it. This is BL2237, the Ski. You will like the Ski. It is very good. We have ways of making you like the Ski. With this filthy, but not as filthy as the Fiero again. So there you go. Ski time. Now this has got, like, if you've been around for a little while watching, we had some door handles on some cars earlier. These little metal wires poked through the mold. This one uses it for, I think, I guess they call it the fuel filler holes maybe. Same thing, little piece of wire comes through on the other side. Yeah, can you see that? Yeah, flip it over. Comes through on the other side. There. Little wires, bing, 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 bing. Yeah, there you go. All right, 12 scale NASCAR, BL2017 90 Lumina. Rabbits, I tell you, rabbits. Yes, there it is. Oh, yeah, this is unknown mold number 3, or something like that. 2. If you have any guesses on what this is for, I would appreciate it, because I have no idea. But the only person who's probably going to know maybe is going to be Rick. since he most likely made the mold. There you go. That's it. Ta-da! I can hear people lining up to buy this one already. I think it's got a line down the middle. Maybe it's some sort of dam air shelf system for a dirt oval car, maybe like a modified. I don't know. Throw in your guesses, everybody. Has no part number on it, I don't think. Yeah, no part number on it. And it's a pretty new mold too. It's compared to the other ones, you can just tell by the material color and everything that it's a fairly recent mold. Okay, this is BL2071. This is 12th scale. This is the Scirocco hatchback. And I'm hoping with the Golf and like the Mini Cooper that we had earlier, and then that one that was for the Digger, maybe 12th scale hatchback racing becomes a thing again. This one's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I like it. Got bowling molded in the rear bumper, you know, area. It very much looks a lot like the Golf, though I don't think it's quite as tall as the Golf. That one again is BL blah 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 BL2071. All right, I think this is the last 10 scale NASCAR one, I think. BL236088 T-Bird. Tesla Cybertruck. Yeah, just about. Yeah, maybe I could make it into that, you know, a little modification. Just don't want to, what is it, hit it with some big blunt object. I forget what that was now that they hit it with. Let me say this is, so this is 88 T-Bird. It looks like an 88 car. There you go. Hooray. We got 3 big molds left, and then we got the smaller stuff coming up. So being a big tote. Oh, this should give me do another trivia thing here. Something. I gotta remember what the stupid question was for that one too. This is BL2085 Renault R5. Oh, I know what the question was. Where does the Bowlink name came from? How did they make the Bowlink name? I'm really curious if anyone knows this off the top of their head. Yeah, so BL2085 Renault R5. Yeah, where did the Bowlink name came from? How was that made? How'd they decide on that? This is, yeah, another hatchback. So this is what I'm talking about. Hopefully bringing the hatchbacks back. This one's going to need a lot of polishing again on it. It is crusty sort of thing. It's got almost like rust stains on the top and everything. But the downside of this one, it doesn't have the nice little kind of like front spoiler like the Golf does, and the Mini Cooper that we looked at earlier, and then that last one, whatever that was, I don't remember now. So quickly gone out of my head. Oh, and for the prize for this last trivia one, because it's a bowling question, you'll get the original Bowlink Tijuana Taxi stickers and the Glass Doctor stickers. Free for you with free shipping. Anyone in the world. I don't care. We'll mail it. Though if you're international, if you haven't been paying attention to Facebook, international shipping from the United States is atrocious right now. Last time I looked, I think they're late. No, they're like almost November now if I were to ship something international. I may have to go to a more expensive option like UPS for stuff if I ever want to do international shipping anymore. It is so bad right now. There's just not enough passenger planes going to these other countries for the mail to put their stuff in the underbelly of the planes, people start wearing some masks so people aren't getting sick all over the country. Our citizens could go to other countries on passenger planes and our mail could go there as well. But we can't do that here. I'm sorry, I got a tangent there. Yeah, every other country in the world is like bringing down their lockdown. We're just getting deeper into it. BL2078 Saab 900 Turbo. This one's pretty cool. This one might be a pretty old one too. I like this one. It's pretty styling. I don't know. I don't think that'd be considered a hatchback. That would go more in the Porsche category and those other ones that have got, because long. But yeah, that one looks pretty cool. I like that one. Got a spoiler in the back. That would go with like, yeah, the RX-7 or X5, whatever I've got, and the Datsuns and stuff like that. Saab 900 Turbo BL2078. No one has the answer for the Bowlink name yet? Oh, shame. This is Unknown Mold number 3, and it, I think, is based off a master that was also used for one of my bodies that I have already that I didn't know the name of, that I call the Iceman Can-Am, which is named after a buddy of mine. His nickname when he was racing was Iceman. He helped me get this company kind of off the ground in some ways, in getting the Team Losi, advising me on the Team Losi XX bulkhead made at a place and everything, because he did injection molding for a company for making computer stuff, and then later for a furniture company. He did a lot of CAD stuff. But the day I went to get and meet with the injection molders for the XX to get the ball rolling on that, he passed away at the age of 41 from a heart attack when he was up on a ladder at his new house that was under construction. And he was just a really good guy. I raced with him a lot of times. We helped build stuff at the racetrack, and repaired stuff and everything, maintained it. Really great guy. I was really sad that he passed away, especially at age 41. I'm now age 44, and yeah, this was well, it would have been like 6 years ago and everything. So yeah, a very sad day. So that in honor of him, I named that the Iceman Can-Am. That's why it's got that name. And if I ever figure out the original name, it doesn't matter. It's sticking with Iceman. So there it is. On the Iceman Can-Am, it's got a driver here and I think like an engine air intake on the back here. It looks like, I don't know if this was for an antenna in the back or this, Rick was maybe making this so it was modular, so you could put in other like feature accessories you could take in and out here, like there is for the Cheetah one that I have that's really, really old mold for the Jirobi. That one has an exchangeable thing, though I only have one thing for it, that you could put in different, look to the engine area. Maybe that's what this is. I don't know, but the front's all the same on it as the Iceman, I believe, the nose, everything. The only difference is this doesn't have a driver and a steering wheel and an engine, blower on it. All right, that is the last of the car molds. You made it, if you're still with us and conscious. I'm gonna get the tote that's got the accessory stuff in it. We'll go back to the ads real quick. This won't take long. The answer to the, ooh, I almost cut you out there. The answer to the Bowlink thing is, there was a gentleman named Linkhouse was his last name, and started the company with Bob Rule, and they took Bob's first 2 letters, B-O, and then his first 4 letters, his last name, Link, and that's how the Bowlink name came. There you go. And the Linkhouse guy, or Linkhouse, Linkletter, something like that, he stuck around for just a few months, I think 90 days, I think is the story, if you look at their history thing on their old website, and then sold his share of the company to Bob. And then Bob and Kathy, his wife, ran the company from then on until they handed over to his son, and then it went under. All right, off to the tote. Here, right, back already. See, I told you it wouldn't take long. A motor case, all right, I don't know why that one's in there. Here's just a generic wing. I think that goes with one of the, I think this is a touring car wing that goes with some of those ones that have the little standoffs on the back of them, you know, the 200 millimeter, 90 millimeter for the touring car. This is one of the molds for that. That would have been on the plate for it. And then here we go. Here's, oh yeah, there's the Ferrari one that I said I didn't know what I had done with it. So I did have that. This is the, I'm pretty sure this is the 10th scale Ferrari one. Hopefully I'm not wrong. Here you go. There's a decapitated driver and another decapitated driver and a little spacer that they made to go under it. And then here's the rest of his body. I think that was a sprint car. I think I've got more of the same thing. They put a whole bunch of the same thing on one platform so they could run, make more than one at a time. I think I've got 2 bases and 3 hits, because one of the bases was stuck to the thing, we just left it there. To be honest, I only needed one. These are not gonna be some super great popular thing at all. So yeah, that's those things. I may have, some more of these might come up here as we're doing stuff, but yeah. If you need a driver figure, some people might want just the head, to be honest, for some different stuff. The head's not too bad. Gotta find a spot to put all these small little things. Didn't empty my cart. Oh yeah, another one of the guys, So I got at least 4 of them here. Couple more heads. I got like 5 heads, 4 bases. Okay, yeah, here's what I was talking about here. This is for some of those NASCAR ones. I was talking about they had a separate spoiler that would attach to them. I don't remember what that one's for. Oh yeah, 2285, the 95 Monte Carlo. That's what that one is. I labeled it, hey, who'd have thunk it? And this is the mount under trunk lid for the Pontiac. Don't know how exactly you put that on there, but yeah, so some of those ones that didn't have a spoiler, this is that spoiler that goes on it. These are BL27381. I think they're just a general wing for some of their cars, maybe buggies. I have a bunch of these. I think I even left a few of them in there because I think there was a total of maybe like 15, 20 of them, something like that, and I really don't need that many of it, maybe 3 at the most. Here's, yeah, this is another one of the same wing. Here's another one. This is the Lumina. That other one was the Pontiac. There's the other mount under trunk lid wing. I don't understand. Maybe you cut a slit in the back and then if you're supposed to put it under the trunk lid, I don't know. So if someone ever did one of these, let me know. I don't know. I can't quite follow how that's supposed to work. 27381. Yeah, there's more of the same wing. Like I said, I got a bunch of them. After a while, I just said, forget it. I don't need that many of them. Another one. Run out of space. Okay, here's what I talked about earlier. Here's another part tray. Yay. And then here's 3 tool trays. Yay, tool trays, which don't really fit. I don't think any modern size tool, I don't think any of my stuff would fit in there. They're all longer than this. Were all the screwdrivers back then, the drivers all really short and small diameter things? I don't remember. Much stuff. Here's some more, I think just general touring car size, you know, the 190, 200 millimeter wings. Yeah, here's the 12 scale Ferrari wing. So yes, I do have both of them. Hooray for me. Don't have to worry about that. Oh yeah, all right. Earlier I was talking about in the bowling pictures that played earlier, there was a kind of weird part that I never even knew existed, but has a very special purpose. I have the mold for it. I'm not sure if they made it out of styrene or if they would have used polycarbonate. Styrene probably would have been a little more rigid. They maybe have gone to thicker plastic, but here it is. It is the display chassis. And they would sell these as a kit. You have the body mounts you'd put in here. I don't know if they sold it with body mounts, but they would sell it with an axle sort of tube thing that would go across the back and the front. And this is for 12 scale. And so you didn't have to use a chassis, you know, like a real car chassis to display your 12 scale bodies. So all of you saw all those 12 scale bodies earlier. Now you have a display chassis for your 12 scale Ferrari and Lamborghini and everything. You're welcome. You'll have to find the tubes and the axle things to do it though, because I don't have that. Sorry. But it is kind of cool. They made, to stiffen up the chassis design, they put some metal in here. And yes, of course, that's not going to be in the final part that's pulled off of this mold, but we'll create a rib here that adds rigidity to the design. That's what they have here and here. It'll add a little bit more strength to it so that chassis doesn't fold up right where the rear pod, I guess, would be if it was a full car. Now we're getting into the wings for a bunch of the big 10th scale pan cars. I got a bunch of these too. This is BL2734. I believe this is for all the big 10th scale pan car stuff, because they are, yeah, 8.5 inches wide. So that's going to be the big, like maybe super speedway stuff and everything. Because I know a lot of those NASCAR cars back then, they wouldn't just run it with just a little built-in spoiler in the back. They'd put a wing in that back window area, which I think makes them look stupid. I don't think they should have allowed that back then. But maybe you really needed it for handling. And then there's some more like that size, but they've got little ribs in it for, I think, once again, kind of strength or maybe channeling the air. This is 2741. Got a bunch of these as well. I really wish it was like a 10th scale buggy size one. There's what is it, A&L, I think, that has one that looks kind of like this. That's for trucks. This is another one of those. Oh, I do have 10 scale ones. Ha ha! I totally knew it. I forgot. 2742. When you have this many molds, it's hard to remember what all you have. So, yeah, that looks to be more of a 10 scale buggy size one, or maybe 12 scale they were making it for. I don't know. See how wide this is. This is a 6-inch one. So, yeah, and it's weird. It's got little dimple ridges, like sort of thing, in the corners there as well. But yeah, this will probably be one of the first accessory things I really run, because I will offer that for off-road stuff. Okay, and if you remember, we just had this other guy earlier, another off-road wing, maybe. So we had this guy earlier with his head separate. There's too much stuff here. Here, I think, is the design basis for that. I think this is the master for that, maybe. No, it's not the yeah, but they tilted this, or they he made another one and tilted up. But it's I don't know the exact, but it's one of these is based off the other one for sure. I don't know. This one just is unknown driver. We don't know what it was for, if it was ever used for anything or not, but he's got definitely a lean to him compared to other ones. You wouldn't see over your wheel too much in that thing. That's the I don't know, riding dirty one or something. I don't know. Oh, holy cow. I didn't realize there was such a difference in these. All right, now there's the weird ones too. The he and she driver things. And this one's got like a dash on it too of gauges down in here. What's weird is this one must not have been as good of a cast. It's shorter than the other one, so there's holes right through it. This one does not have, you know, a hole through it. And I have 3 of those. Whopping 3 of those. Pre-order these now. And that one's got the hole through it as well. I don't know why. Maybe they cast it different times. You know, he made multiple copies, obviously. He had a master for it. Oh, yeah, this next one I have a bunch of these. More driver figures. I don't know if yeah, BL2732 for this one. They're just little driver steering wheel things. I've got a bunch of them. I'll probably just mount one onto a board and run it. I doubt that I'm gonna do 3 on a board. Maybe I will. I don't know. Is it really worth it? Do people even run drivers in their cars anymore? I think there's some like GT class type stuff or something that requires people to run drivers in their car, but I think that's like the only weirdos that are doing that right now. All right, I think the last one here, I think these are, this is BL2722. I got a bunch of these. I think these are more of the 10th scale or 12th scale pan car sort of wings, just general purpose wings, maybe. I don't know. Let's see what, these are 6 inches again, so maybe those other ones were really meant for pan cars as well. I forget, is the Associated has the 4-inch wing and the 5-inch wing, so maybe 6 inches is out of the legal limits for off-road. I don't remember. I don't do any racing anymore. I don't remember what the regulations are for a lot of those in wing size. Chime in here quick before the end. Yeah, that is pretty much it, folks. So, if you want to go back and watch the video some more, help me out. Put some votes in the comments in this video. Which bodies would you like to see made first? We'll take some votes. I'm going to take some votes off of this video. I will start to try and get pictures made of everything and get them up on the website to do some voting on RC10 Talk and Facebook as well. Like I said before, I highly encourage RC10 Talk. Join RC10 Talk. You can't go wrong there. And you're not giving Facebook all your information. And it's free. It doesn't cost anything. It's not like the Tamiya one where you have to, there's, for certain things you got to pay to get in and everything. There's no kind of dues like that. You can donate to it though to help offset the server costs, but you are not required to. And there's a buy and sell section. There's my section, my business section for Sabula Tech, where I post stuff frequently. Though I'm not as much on there as I used to. Mostly YouTube lately. But yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed it a little bit. Learned something on it. As you can probably see with this many molds, I have a lot of work ahead of me. I'm gonna have to, I haven't even told Roy yet that I probably can't run stuff for him anymore because I'm just gonna be up to my ears in my own stuff. It'll keep me busy for a long time. Like I was saying before, 10 Talk JK Racing. Did I say RC10 Racing? I don't know, whatever, anyway. I don't know. I'm losing my mind. I don't even know where I was just at now. Shoot. Oh, the low C stuff. Double X front bulkheads not getting made at least at the end of the year, maybe before if we can move them up now that we're not doing the other parts. That will definitely happen. got the money. He's already set aside for that. So that money didn't get spent. The money got spent on this other stuff that was going to go for the new mold and everything. Once again, go to oldrc.com. I've got a new store. Hopefully they'll be more Android friendly. But I'm having a hard time being the guy, I'm having a hard time getting the old database information moved to the new one. And the plan is I will retire the old store, but it will remain up in what's called a catalog mode. I'll remove all account information, customer information out of the database, but I will turn on all the stuff that's ever been put into the store. I did get rid of some Traxxas, newer Traxxas stuff and some newer Losi stuff like 10T stuff, or not 10T, Mini T stuff I think years ago. But all the older associated aftermarket parts, anything I've accumulated, all the pictures, I'm gonna reactivate and have them in just basically a catalog mode they called it, but it's meant for a reference. So it will be indexed by the internet, and when people are looking for information about stuff, hopefully pictures and reference will come up from that old store. You won't be able to buy anything, all that stuff will be turned off. It'll be just for viewing stuff. I hope people will appreciate that and use it. I got it, like I said, I gotta get moved over to the new store because the new store, for one, I'm paying a monthly fee already for it to have somebody basically host it for me separately and keep the software up to date in the background and everything. That was the big problem with the previous store. I did a big update to the software, and ever since then, Android phones just didn't work on the newer version very well at all. And a lot of times it wouldn't take you back to the store after you purchased something through PayPal. Is a mess. Hopefully this new one will be good. I've had it trying to get it going for a few months now. Actually, I think since February, but I just haven't get a little bit of time every now and then in. What I may try and do is just get the Losi stuff and the body stuff over to there, the current Losi stuff, and just then over time go to that old database and just copy stuff over when I need it into the new store. Go into the old one and copy it over. But I'm not going to try the big import because there's a whole bunch of problems trying to get the softwares the category, the way they listed stuff is different in the software, and I don't want to pay somebody to try and migrate it all and everything because I'm afraid them screwing something up, and I really don't want to give someone else access to my store and my customer information and everything and potentially plant something in there that I don't want. It's bad enough paying someone else to at least updating the software, but it's a big company, and so I'm a little more comfortable with that. I'm not just hiring somebody off the street to do stuff. So look for that hopefully before the end of the year, the new store. And if you're doing it on Android, I didn't realize how many people are buying stuff on a phone. I'm a computer guy, so I've got to have a computer. I can't do stuff on a phone. I never order anything on a phone. If I would order anything, it would be on at least an iPad, a tablet size thing. But a lot of people do stuff on the Android apparently, and it doesn't work real well apparently on the Android. I didn't know, had no clue. I should have probably done some more testing, but yeah, so we'll move to the new one that should have better support. We'll hopefully have some better options in there for some of the management stuff and categorizing stuff as well. That's it. If anyone has any questions before I end this, please fire away. I have been talking too much. I'm tired of hearing myself. Oh, your username is haha, okay. Yeah, if any of your others who want stuff are on, well, I think I've got Chuck's information already from, I'm pretty sure, on the store and everything, so should be able to get a hold of him easily. I gotta go back and look and see who was the other guy that had stuff. There was Joey, and who was the other guy? Joey wins. Joey wins. Where's that 10? Joey King. Man. Let's go back through all this stuff. Short versus long. Money. New deal. I don't know who the other one was. That was Joey. Joey wins, yes. Didn't we have? Yeah, we had the 20 thing, the wing. Joey picked the wing. Who got the? Oh yeah, I remember now. 19 BSW 65. Are you on RC10 Talk? Have a username. I can just contact you there. Either way, I'll try and figure out how to contact you through YouTube here as well. So I know who I'm talking to is the guy who got it. I don't want any confusion on any of that. If you're still on, I don't know if you're still on or not and watching. Should have me in the store too, if not. Okay, yeah, sure. Yep, I'll look you up on there. If anything, I'll just send it to you right away. Same thing with Chuck. I'll just mail it to you and let you know when it's mailed. Though you may, I don't know how. Yeah, I may send you a notification too if I do it through the PayPal shipping option. If not, I'll still make sure I send you a message to let you know it's on its way. Yeah, so 19 BSW 65. Are you still with us? Look at this awesome stuff. Isn't this so crazy? My wife is super thrilled. My wife loves all this stuff in her garage. Good thing we got a 3-car right now in this spot. We got to get shelves set up in what's going to be the new shop. I had extra shelves that I got at auction over the years, and now it's so much for the extra shelves. I don't know where this is all going to get put. Oh, okay. Cool. Oh, yeah, I think he mentioned that. I had no idea what the context was earlier. Yeah, okay. All right, thanks. Well, I'll get a hold of you through there. If you haven't ever bought anything through the store, since I don't, I'll look you up through there and everything. And we'll get that sent off to you. Then we'll communicate address information and everything. So everybody, thanks for watching. That's the end of this. I think a few of you stuck it out through most of the thing. Crazy idiots. And have a great day. Have a great rest of your weekend. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. Like I said, if you want to hear in the rest of the comments, if you want to vote any of the bodies you're most interested in seeing done, please do that. Or do it on RC10 Talk in the business section. I'll create here shortly, hopefully sometime later today, a section where you can vote on the bodies that you want to see made. And we'll take that, or you can do it on Facebook. I'll probably put a link to that section in RC10 Talk to try and encourage people on there. What? Why would you be on the phone during this? This was such an exciting last part of the video, man. I am so insulted. I just love hearing myself talk, right? All right. If that takes care of it, if no one's got any other questions, we're shutting her down. Seeing no questions.